Into, but also we're going to be going over how to learn new champions. This is a big thing, especially as we approach the preseason. This is where they start to give a lot of love to some champions that haven't been seen as much. If you want to get to know those champions a little bit better, we'll go into it a little bit more in detail when we go into the patch notes, but we're going to go over these things, specifically reasons to learn a new champion. Who's going to benefit from this kind of content? Well, you can either be a variety player that's just trying to get a bigger pool of champions. You're trying to get better faster. You don't want to have to put in 50, 60, 70 games on a champion. You want to get mastery much faster. This video is going to be for you. It can also be someone that is a one trick that's either trying to learn some insights about the champions that they're facing against, or someone that maybe is looking to add something either to be a new main for themselves or just something to augment. Let's say you're a champion that has some bad matchups, and then you realize that there's another champion that solves all those bad matchups. Well, then you can be a two trick and you can have a lot of success in solo queue. So there's a lot of people that are going to benefit from it. We'll be going over this after we go over the patch notes. So without further ado, let's get to the patches. We see a little bit of the rundown, what's happening to the champions. A lot of these, I'm going to talk about why exactly we're getting some drastic changes to some of these champions and exactly what it's going to mean for all of them. All right, so here's your patch highlights. A little bit of nerf to the big hitters. Champions that have been too strong. We did a little bit of a binge on Tom Kench, and by the end, we were feeling pretty unstoppable on that champion. So definitely needed to get nerfed. Neela's another champion, Senna as well. Both that benefited from the slower format, but also now that we saw a Neela Senna lane finally make it into the world's stage, and it absolutely dominated, because getting your support to level 6 at 6 minutes and 20 seconds into the game is actually a pretty good ability. I think everyone would agree. Now, talking about this time of year, right, and what they tend to do, the first champion, kind of indicative of what these patches are for. The whole season gravitates towards an arcing meta so that they can have one meta game at MSI, and then they can move to another one at Worlds. And I, for one, personally don't like this. I don't like that they orchestrate and they try to go for target numbers. We have that clip of Freak saying, we want to hit a 70% engaged support metagame benchmark. We want to hit a 10% carry jungler. We want to, like he wanted to go and hit specific benchmarks for different types of champions, and also the most fun champions to play, Xayah Rakan, Kai'Sa, Sylas, Akali, that those champions make it to the forefront, Aatrox as well, that they make it to the forefront. You can tell me if you agree or disagree. Leave a comment in the description below, but I wish that they would just try to balance the game. But that said, that's for the competitive season. So we're talking January to May, and then June to October. Now, as we go into preseason, this is where they can give some love to champions that don't get picked in pro. And so you're going to see champions here that will get a little bit of love. Like, let's see if Morgana can play in the jungle. Let's see if Brand can be a mid laner. And they try to give some extra loves to these guys so that people who are one tricks or just big fans of the champion can have a time of the year where they can succeed. This also tends to be a highly volatile time, which is why we're doing that how to learn new champions bit, because you can get a lot of MMR by abusing the changes, right? These champions are going to be highly skewed, especially once we get into December. So make sure you guys like and subscribe so that you're ready when the preseason does hit, because if it's anything like last season, we're talking about mountains and valleys when comparing the champions and the items and everything like it. But anyways, getting into Brand. Brand is getting an extra damage modifier for the jungle. His conflagrate is going down by 5 early, but up by 15 late, and gaining 10%. So this is a huge buff to Brand. It is going to make him better at doing the things in those mid and jungle lanes. The problem is that you still just have this hit-gated weakness where you have to be a mage, walk up, and land 2 spells for you to ever do anything, and realistically get a third. Makes it very, very difficult to play this champion. I would only ever do it if I had 3 tanks on my team that could play in the front line and make my job very, very easy. And as a jungler, yes, you can clear faster. In fact, you can get out of the jungle by 305 now, which is quite quick. But again, if you don't snowball your advantage, and they've kind of gotten rid of the snowballing mechanic in a large way, then it's very, very difficult to play with this. Now, one thing about Brand that's nice is he plays with Dark Harvest very well, and Dark Harvest is an endgame scaling rune, so in this slower format, you have an opportunity to get those stacks way, way higher and potentially get an impact. So if you're going to go, I recommend going in that pattern. As far as mid lane, this monster modifier impacts mid lane as well, because sometimes when your jungler goes bot, for example, let's say you're red team, and you clear your wave, jungler's gone bot, that play is going to be done regardless of what happens with you, and there's no dragon. There's no reason for you to go join, is what I'm getting at. Well, sometimes it's best to go take raptors. And the ability to go and one-shot those camps can actually be really, really important for your ability to play. So like Anivia post level 6 can use her ultimate plus a Q, and as long as she has a little bit of AP, she can kill that camp very easily. Ends up having to cast 2 E's on the Crimson Raptor, but it allows her to continue playing the game. So those modifiers will matter in those senses. Briar was completely overpowered for a long time. Hopefully you guys got your abuse in. They basically finally recognized that the what's it called? Like kill switch, certain death, right? Certain death definitely meant certain death. It was overtuned. It could get you into a lot of trouble if you used it in a bad time. It could be fantastic if you used it in a good time. Now that people are done, I won't say done, but there's less inting with the ultimate going on. This champion is truly shining and completely taking over so many games. She's losing some 5 points per rank on her Q, which is pretty big, and then armor reduction also going down 6%. So this is the ability that you tend to max second because of the improvements that you got. Now all of those improvements are getting gutted a little bit. I don't know that this is going to change whether or not you want to take it as your second ability. Generally, you still want that W for the frenzy effect, but it's definitely hitting the champion in general. So you're gonna have to be way more cautious about your uses, and we're not gonna have that big explosion later. Also, certain death. This is a big nerf here. Losing 25, then 50 damage at rank 16. Also losing 35% bonus AD scaling ratios. So later in the game, especially, we're talking about this being 100 extra damage easy that you're missing out on this ultimate. So now there's more instances where Briar's death will be certain going in. She's still going to be fine. You still want to play her into compositions where they're going to be forcing around objectives, so that it makes it very easy for you to join the fight. You also want to have someone like Ornn or Lissandra that can help set you up and get you into the pit with some lockdown, right? They lock down your target, you hit your ult, and then you can join in. Dr. Mundo, they're walking back half of the change from last time. He's getting a little bit of love. Mundo is someone that's going to benefit a lot in this environment where there's more tanks. We spoke about it, the slower format, and the fact that they nerfed all of the damage or stat scaling runes like Conqueror, etc. Grasp was not touched. Grasp inherently got much stronger, which meant all the champions that play Grasp got stronger, which means champions that are good against those champions also got stronger. So the Shen and Mundos of the world are also having a little bit of a heyday. Mundo was enough to get nerfed. He's getting some of that love back. He should take over as one of those best case scenarios for playing against other tanks and just going where you're going to be the alpha if it's an HP versus HP battle. Gragas has a pretty meaningful change here. Getting a change, this is big for Elite, getting used to this as well. The cooldown refund on hit on your E, changing to 40% of your remaining cooldown, so you no longer have those like big tricks that pros are seemingly pull off, like how are you having two E's this quick? Instead, we're doing it, well, they did the math out for you here. Instead of being a 3, it's turning into 5.6 down to 4.8, but that's assuming that it's at the like full extent of the cast of the cooldown. Let me reword that. All right, Gragas. No. Okay, let me reword this. Hitting used to bring it from down by 3 seconds. Now it's bringing it down by 40%. So it's actually significantly better. There weren't the double casts. I don't know what I was just saying. I confused myself. 5.6 down to 4.8, extra reduction. This is big. This is a huge change for having extra abilities available, especially since this is his #1 tool in laning phase. Explosive cast going down by a 1/20th of a second as far as its travel time. This is very important for the highest level where people have about 150 millisecond reaction time. That's tends to be the edge of human reaction time. Most people are around the 200 or closer to 250. where this is actually a pretty meaningful difference, right? If you're not reacting to it until a quarter of a second, so basically this had a 0.3 second window, now has 0.25. That's going to be a big difference for being able to react to it. So definitely want to get used to the times where Gragas might try to cast it and get ready to dodge it on your own. Graves, another big benefactor of the jungle changes. The quick draw was giving his armor, and the companions were getting extra scaling off of armor, so they're cutting that by 2 per level. Now this is actually pretty massive early in the game because it's half, right? This is a big difference. Your ability to stack this goes down by 50%, which is huge. Later in the game, where this resistance is has diminishing returns, it's not going to be as important. But this level 1 should make for some windows where we have some matchups that are now going to flip over, where they can start fighting against Graves because you won't have as much of those resistances. Janna, I got a bone to pick with Riot. Hashtag Riot, please. They have this whole slew of stats and differences to the champion to try to regain some of its old identities. The biggest ones being that the attack range is going up by 50. There's a whole slew of changes going into mages in general where their attack windup is improving. This is like consequential right here. 22 to 20 is a pretty massive change. This is how far into your swing you actually throw your projectile so you can start doing other things. This is very important for laning because when you go to poke, let's say you're walking up and you're doing W plus attack, you want to W attack and then you want to be here, you want to already be moving away because you don't want to present a target for as long. Those things are improving. However, this kit is getting significantly worse, guys. Significantly worse. They talked about changing a playstyle where she can be more proactive and going up and, you know, poking you in the face and all these abilities, trying to bring back old power, but like making the mana cost this high, increasing the cooldown this long, right? Decreasing the shield duration by a second. Also changing the cooldown as well on this. And look at this, rank 5, it's 3 seconds longer. That's a big deal, guys. That is a lot of downtime for Janna where she doesn't want to be attacking, right? You attack in lane phase, you're not attacking in the end game. So overall, it seems like they tried to bring this champion back, and there will be a little bit of a growth pain as people just get used to the fact that she's completely different, but she is completely different. This is much more about walking up, hitting people with your W, getting the extra empowered, tailwind bonus damage, tailwind being attached to her passive. Her basic attacks and W now deal bonus damage equal to an amount of her bonus move speed. So she's definitely going to be scaling up with speed. You want to have this. It means Shrelia's battle song is going to be really nice. In general, you'd think. Except when you're casting Shrelia's, you're not trying to hit people with auto attacks and you're only getting 1 W maybe in the fight. You don't always get this. So it's just completely changing the playstyle of the champion. It's going to feel really bad for a while. So I would stay away from Janna unless you are just a aficionado or just a fan of the champion in general. Cassante, they're changing the required bonus health for the minimum cast time. This is very important, especially for elite play where they're trying to use all of their uptime as much as possible. They brought it down from 1800 to 1200. Now it's going back up to 1600. So you can expect to have this by the time you finish your second item plus your level bonuses. You don't need to incorporate something like Warmogs into your build to get this. Just use your 100 health that you get per level plus the items. So you should start seeing this around level 9 or 10 in your games. Kassadin, another big benefactor of the slower game pace. So he's losing 5% on his scaling on his E. Not that big a deal, right? You're only casting it a couple times in a fight anyways. You do cast it more than once because of the inherent cooldown based on like how much fighting is happening around you, but losing 5% is pretty small. And the Rift Walk at the base level, which is basically never the one you're trying to cast, is losing 10% AP, and that's it. So this is a little bit for your last hitting. Your pattern in lane is often to have 3 points in E and then go for your Rift Walk and try to one-shot the minions, the casters especially. I don't think that will change with this 10% missing, but that's something to keep an eye on. But certainly you just want to have 2 or 3 points in your queue if you're playing against another control mage where you want that extra shield and you're using it defensively, poke back and mitigate some of their damage, but you absolutely still want to be maxing your E so that you have good wave clear and so that you can use your E and your R to clear the waves and get your roams on. Neela, absolutely massive champion. This champ is so broken inherently, and while they're nerfing her, they're not nerfing the things that make her broken. So if you have a duo, absolutely abuse the Neela combinations. There's a lot of them. You can do Neela with any enchanters, with Senna. You saw that lane at Worlds, and it completely annihilated the opponents. The biggest benefactor is your support, all right? So your support hitting level 6 in the 6 to 7 minute window rather than 8:30 or 9 minutes into the game is such a big change. If you're playing Neela, you absolutely want to go into practice tool with your duo and just count which minions actually get your level up spikes, because if you know it and your opponents don't, you can get free kills. The Formless Blade is losing 10% on the bonus attack speed at the highest ranks. The Apotheosis is losing 32% scaling on the bonus AD. It is a chunk, but again, it's not the biggest part of what the champion does. It's about supporting your support, making them really, really strong together and benefiting together. Rammus, they over-nerfed him. They gave him back some of his power. They're giving him an extra 10 on his base stat on his defensive ball curl. That'll be nice. You can still one-shot the Raptors early in the game, so no big deal there. Senna, another big benefactor of those longer games. Although she's much more of a snowballing champion, she wants to get a lead and then press her lead with her extra range advantage. They're taking away 20 from her end value on her heal and her damage, which is pretty big. I'm surprised that they're going this hard on her. It is going to impact that Neela Senna lane that we spoke about, which, finally got played. T1, thank you for giving us a showdown there. But Senna's still going to have some strengths. Senna and Tahm Kench were ridiculously strong this past patch. That's going to go down back to close to where it should be. You should still have a lot of fun if you're playing Senna. Just make sure that you have someone on your team that can present as that frontline pivot for you to cast your Qs off of. Seraphine, last one. You can check the last patch where we talked about Seraphine and how they were trying to completely change her based on where people like to play her, even though she was designed as a mage. And it just kind of shows how tone deaf the people balancing the game can be, where they create a champion, they try to create an identity, and they try to go into an identity rather than just making a champion that is good and fun to play and letting the players decide where to go, right? You can design her and say, we planned on her being kind of like a mid lane mage, but the players like her in bot. That doesn't mean you need to change her stats so that she's a bot lane champion. It just means people like to play her bot. Maybe that's where she's best. And so they went through this whole change, this whole skew on everything, ended up just universally upping the power level on the champion. So it didn't accomplish any of their goals. So now they have to walk back a significant amount of these changes. We're talking about getting a little bit of base damage onto her note passive, but losing 2% AP scaling. This is a nerf at every situation in every game. The Q high note cooldown is going up by 1 second early, which is significant because it's the ability that you're spamming. There are a lot of situations where you want to put 2 points in this by level 3. Sometimes you want to have all 3 spells. Most times you want to have all 3 spells, especially since it empowers your ability to get double casts off. But especially ranks 4 and 5, you're going to notice this, where you just have to wait a little bit longer for these windows for harassing, especially in the bot wave. And then surround sound, which everyone should have been maxing, but for some reason people were still maxing E. Surround sound should have been your second max, and then after the changes last patch, Q should basically be like a 2 or 3 point wonder, just enough to clear the waves, and then the W is by far the best effect. They're taking away 5% on that scaling as well. Tahm Kench was one of the biggest winners. This guy was oppressively strong in the top lane. They're taking away 1% of his bonus health scaling. All right, this is not a small amount because you do this action more than any other action that you do all game. You do it hundreds of times per game when you're auto attacking. So this 1% is a significant change, especially since you were very quickly getting up to 3,000 and 4,000 health. So we're talking about a 30 or 40 damage nerf. This is a big nerf. He's still going to exist and be strong against a lot of the other tanks in the top lane. You can kind of just sit on a Malphite, for example, and just say, like, what are you ever going to do to me? Anytime we trade Qs, mine heals me up for the value that you had, and I'm stacking up my acquired taste and everything about it. So still can be a counter pick, but this is a big hit to his overall performance. And anytime that we say these things, you can always go in and check and see like what's going on. Now, largely, people will have to take a moment to see and like feel out a change. But when I say it's massive, and then you go and you see this, 7% is massive, guys. Like, that is a huge, huge change, right? Bottom lane down by 5.5%, support down by 6%, top lane down by 7%. This is a drastic change. So be very wary about champions when they go. Like 1% doesn't seem like enough, but we saw what happened to Shen. Just, this caused Xpetu to go on a month-long boycott and call for a boycott across all environments to stop playing Shen because it's that ridiculous. I don't care if it's low games. It still does more than it did before. They overshot with the buffs, and his win rate was not that low. His win rate was fine before, and then it went to like 55, 56%, and then now they're shooting it down. Now this, like you said, it's a low amount of games, but still, like, this is an early shot. Now, you could argue that this is just people that don't realize that the change has come into play, but that's more relevant on a champion like Janna, where they changed functionality. They're just getting rid of every attack that he does all game, and it gets affected. This is a massive nerf. All right, Ziggs was another big benefactor. We talked about how the 30 splash range on his bomb would completely change the way he laned, and that you could poke more often, you could push more often, you could actually hit both waves. If you used your E on the front line, you can actually hit the Q on all the minions in the wave now, so it made his pushing just way too strong and his laning way too safe. They're taking away 4 armor so that you can get on top of him, deal a little bit more damage. His basic attack frame is going down by 1%. This is part of the changes that they're doing as a universal sweep. This is a fairly low one, less than 1%. We're talking about in the arc of a swing. If this is your attack animation, then we're talking about releasing here from releasing here. It's like not even noticeable. This one's a small one. There's a lot of these small ones that exist. They will matter and people will get comfortable with them. And it is a general increase in performance on the champion, but it's not going to be as drastic as some of the other ones. Now, talking about those attack speed changes, they basically want mage quality of life to improve significantly, right? They want to make the attacking animation happen better. Now, they talked about things that what are the times we're looking for? Sorry. They talked about Karthus's lay waste, and they talked about Fiddlesticks as people who have a functional way to change how they attack, and they use that instead of attacking. But again, it shows that they don't know what's going on. The best players in the world are finding ways to weave in attacks in the middle of all those animations, right? Using animations that cancel attacks and attacks that cancel animations to try to get extra effect in. So you shouldn't be using one type of champion to say, oh no, we don't need Karthus to do it because he only casts Q. That's not true. Early in the game, level 1, your clear speed goes up by a ton if you Q, move, Q auto, Q, move, Q auto, Q, right? You can actually get an extra attack off every 2 Qs. Later in the game, you don't necessarily want to do it as much because you are potentially losing power. The frame of the attack is so slow. And by not giving Karthus the bonus that you're giving everybody else, you are effectively completely erasing it. You're saying that we don't want him to cast spells. That said, Cassiopeia is on this list. She ends up getting a buff. So it feels so weird to me that sometimes they do it, sometimes they don't. Karthus and Fiddlesticks have 2 of the worst animations in the entire game, and they want to keep it that way, apparently. Missile speed also being improved, and they're trying to replace the notion that you want to have an attack speed rune. This is not going to happen. You're still going to want the attack speed rune because at every single layer, attacking at every single tier, you're going to want to attack faster for pushing waves attack speed is actually better than AP for pushing the waves. And then for last hitting under turret, it's massively important. And not just that, when you go up to attack somebody, if you're going into a trade pattern, if you're casting your spell, but they're going attack and cast a spell, they are benefiting by 50 damage on every single trade. So you still want that attack speed rune so that you can go up, spend the least amount of time in that animation, and then come back out so that you reduce the amount of time that they have back on you. This one right here, this is comical. I have no idea why they did this. 0.1%, this is nothing. Decreasing the attack speed ratio, but giving attack speed growth back. This is going to be an overall nerf to her attack in general, which is a little bit bizarre because she's actually one of the champions that wanted to do it the most. Anivia, base attack speed is going up. She had one of the slowest in the entire game. Annie is a case in point about those champions that want to go auto Q auto, for example, and get electrocute procs in the early game. Base attack speed going up, attack speed ratio going up, and the missile speed going up means that you're more likely to get these electrocute procs. Cassiopeia, the missile speed going up, but not the wind up, right? So this will feel better for getting the last hits without having to use your Q, but it's not actually going to change whether or not you can get a Q auto Q off in a frame. So that's what all of these are going for, right? Again, 0.1 is nothing. However, this is something. All right, 3% is massive, and not just 3%, but it's 3% on a champion who actually has meaningful auto attacks that have an empowered ability. So you absolutely want to keep track of champions like this. This is going to be a huge feels good moment, especially for laning Ivern. All right, they say something cryptic about restoring an attack animation that will be used 25% of the time. Don't really care. It's always on there on the critical strikes. I'm sure the one tricks can probably tell me what that is. But the attack windup going down by 3% is very meaningful, especially for mid lane. Missile speed going faster. Again, this doesn't really matter except for laning Karthus, who's trying to get some amount of auto attack. CS, LeBlanc, etc. You can go through the list, right? The small changes. Again, people who actually have an empowered attack, this matters more. The windup being the portion of the attack that you need to complete. Think of it when you're swinging a baseball bat. Impact happens here, and follow through matters because when you connect with a baseball, there's a moment where the things press together and then they pop off. So you do need to follow through. But the moment that the ball leaves your bat, there is no longer any need to continue swinging. So a baseball player will hit the ball, feel impact, start their follow through, and then they will start running as they drop their bat because they don't need it anymore. Compare that to swing and a miss, or you make contact. If you finish your entire swing, then you're just kind of holding yourself in place. You're much slower getting to first base. Well, that happens every single time you attack in League of Legends. You want to attack and immediately start moving. You don't want to just attack and stand there, wait for the next thing. You want to attack and then start sliding, make yourself more difficult to hit, strafe, and then attack again, because your time to your next attack won't change. Whether or not you're just standing there and doing this, or if you go hit, slide, slide, hit, it's still the same hit, hit. 3% on Rumble is really nice. Top lane is one of those places, especially where attack windups matter a lot because your ability to control and manipulate the waves. Singe getting all of these. So all of these champions getting this big bonus. Like I said, everyone that has an empowered attack is going to love this the most. Teemo, this is huge. His play pattern is poke, move, poke, change direction, constantly go in. This will affect this entirely. Also, the ability to last hit. So this is a huge buff for Teemo in the top lane. Twisted Fate getting a 4.4%. This is probably the biggest one out of all of them. Again, this champion is gated. One of his spells is actually on his auto attacks, and even you could argue his E as well. So the fact that you're able to get in more movement commands while you're playing this champion is going to be super, super impactful. Also, the ability to just get your combo out quicker is going to matter. This was a big complaint that Twisted Fate mains had, was that it felt so long. You're like casting this spell on your pick a card, and the duration of having to pick a card plus lock in, then attack, and then you had a long animation on top of that. They're basically solving that animation problem here. Xerath, another one. Huge 5% change, and he has an empowered auto attack, gaining his mana back. So there's a lot of people that are going to benefit a lot more than others. Vision adjustments. This is a huge change that they're making. The reveal radius. So whenever you attack anything that belongs to an enemy, you get revealed. All right. Not only that, but the area around you gets revealed. And it happened for 4 seconds, the combat time plus a little bit of a fade window. All right. So that's where we had this 4.5 second window. That's changing to 2 seconds. This is a big, big, big deal when it comes to attacking vision, especially killing wards. The fact that it's only going to reveal you now for 2 seconds rather than 4.5. Now, I wonder if the person writing this is testing it and saying, all right, it's like 4.5 seconds practically. Let me code it to 2, but functionally it should have been 4 and 2. So we'll see if there's a lingering moment here as well. But either way, cutting it in half, right? The amount of time that you revealed, not just that, but the people around you being revealed. Previously, 400 units meant that everyone in your bush would get revealed. Now there are some bushes where you can be on one side, they can be on the other, and you attack, and it looks like you're revealing the bush, but you're not actually going to reveal everything. So there will be some new tricks that are available for this. This is a very, very big change. Ping changes, they're still coming up with the wrong solutions. Quick play launch, which will be a fun asset. A lot of people have been asking for this. Why can't I just pick my champion in my role and jump into queue and just find a team this way? That would solve everything, wouldn't it? And I think it's a good system. I'm glad that they're finally putting it in. Global language select. So if you're a little bit of a weebo, you can play Yone or Jax or Yasuo on a Japanese language filter and you know, get your game on. Mythic shop is rotating. Bug fixes. Normally, there's a lot more impactful things. There's basically a lot in here with Briar. They still haven't fixed her ability to buffer her Q. So a lot of weird things here. It's not more like the functional bits. You still have issues with Rammus, still with Volibear. There's still lots of issues with Shen as well. So you know, they prioritize balancing for profit, not balancing for a balanced game. So they will always be lagging behind in this department. Skins and chromas. This is your favorite part. Heartsteel coming out. Heartsteel Yone is probably going to be one of their best selling skins of all time, I have to guess. And then Breakout True Damage Echo. Now, there's a lot of memes going on around like $200, but that's if you buy the single unit and you go until you reach the cap for your amounts to get this. You can get this for cheaper. I'm not trying to market for it. I don't like the idea of having... that's not true. I like the idea of having whale skins. I think there's things that people should want to be able to get to be like, hey, like, this is what I do. This is my game. Here I am. This is my thing, or, you know, showing off in whatever way. But this skin is sick. This skin has a recall animation that he's like walking on pianos while it's doing like synth harmonies as he's going. I think it's pretty well done. So I'm a big fan. I don't know that I'm going to shell out for it, but if you guys enjoy it, please let me know. Mages are going to be S tier. I think so. I think this change in general is going to be good, especially these champions that have the attack animations that matter, right? Xerath getting mana back. Normally, this put him into a huge problem because he'd have to go like this. And it was a big animation to do that, and you could get punished. And reducing that window by 5% is a big, big deal for his ability to do it. This one is absolutely massive. Completely changes the way that the guy plays out. Dopa will be happy. So will Mid Beast. Teemo, I'm in love. It's always going to be the case. And then who else? I mean, this one, it's a smaller one, but it's relevant. Ivern, 3%. That's another big one. Annie, ability to get electrocute procs off much faster, right? So there's a lot of people benefiting. So looking at everything, if we look at the review, what things are going to change from a meaningful place? I mean, this guy lost 30 to 40 attack on every single attack. That is going to be a massive, massive change. Neela still does her broken thing. They didn't touch that, so she's still going to be good where she's good. Kassadin, you still just want to pick this as a counter pick. Cassante, they are changing, but it's a small nerf. It's a, you know, basically the time to get to that breakpoint is going to be 2 levels later. It's not going to be that big of a deal. Graves and Briar, however, very meaningful changes to how they're going to work. Rammus and Mundo getting some love. Janna, I mean, we can call this a nerf right now. It's going to completely change the way that she's trying to play, and the values do not align. Like mana costs, you have to play this super aggressive style. It's best to go into normals games and practice that and get some amount of repetition on the new style, right? The biggest change, getting her 50 range back. That was the biggest gut shot that she had before, and that's why she had to play tornado style, was because 500 range is not enough to step up, because you just get peppered by a carry. You go up to trade and you take 2 or 3 autos from a carry, never ever worth to try to get one of yours off. So getting 50 range back is a big deal. That's her biggest like bonus. You're still going to want to play towards peel and yeah, definitely get some reps in. So speaking of getting reps in, and like we said, a highly volatile environment as we approach preseason, we want to go over this concept of how to learn new champions. So real quick, let me just say hi. What's up, Ocean Star, coming in from Twitch. Rosemary, what's up? How to learn new champions. Most commonly, the mistake people make is just, let me just get into game, play this new champion. Oh, I think it's OP, or it destroyed me last game. This guy went 12-0. Must be OP. I'm going to go play it. And then you go 0-6, and you're like, bah, what is it? You know, what happened that game? That's not the process that we want to take. You want to be inspired some way. Either you see a patch note or you see a flavor. It could even be a voice line that a character has, and it's like, I want to be around that champion because I vibe with it, right? That's me with Kled, a little bit crazy, all right? I turn on voice mods for Kled only because I think he's hilarious. I think it's amazing. But like Star Guardian Ari, I'm just like, no, fast off. Don't get out. I need to turn this off again. You could have any reason for wanting to play a champion. Most people are going to do it because they want to have access to another tool to play with. All right, you could either be a variety player that's trying to get at a champion, trying to get good at a champion quicker. You could permanently be trying to add to your pool so that it's harder to ban you out, especially if you're looking at elite plus levels of play where you might be playing on a team, or even just at your clash levels. You don't want to have that champion that they can ban out for you. You want to have something either similar or different, something that solves problems that are presented by the fact that they can see your match history. You might be a one trick that has suddenly realized that they have a problem on a champion, and you want to learn it. And best way to learn that matchup is to actually learn the other champion, see what they're trying to do and trying to think. You could be a one trick that's just looking for a new, or a main that's looking for a new main champion. You could, you know, like I said, there can be any reason why a champion calls to you. Or you could be just like I said about adding to your champion pool. There might be a problem that you have based on the matchups that you tend to play. For example, if your name is Adam and you play the gods, Garen, Olaf, Darius, and Set, and the other guy just plays a tank into you and says, I know how to mitigate your early game and I'm never going to be afraid and I will scale into team fights better than you. Well, you might have to add something to your pool that can then beat the tank if they play that preemptively into you, for example. So, step 1. Whatever observation causes you to want to play the champion. You see it played, you could see patch notes, whatever inspires you to think it's overpowered or fun means that you want to go do it. Next step is to observe other people playing it, right? So you've seen it once, maybe it happened in your game, that person crushed you or just had a very nice game, or maybe they did something tricky on the champion, and then you say, all right, wait, that was interesting, let me go see it some more. And you go seek out people that are playing it so that you can have a really good idea. 1 hour of watching someone else play the champion is always going to be better than your first 2 hours of just fumbling around pressing the buttons, because you may not have no idea how a champion's supposed to be played. I remember back in season 2, my first year playing, and I would play Jarvan, and I would like Q poke and attack and E poke, and every once in a while I would be like, oh, my E's over here, I'll Q to it. It just didn't enter my mind for whatever reason that EQ was just a thing to just do, that you EQ'd to create a dash and create a knockup. It just wasn't part of what I was thinking. And then very quickly you see that other people who are better are doing it, and then it works its way into your play lexicon. Next step is going to be to actually research. So you see the action. Why did they do that? Why were they positioning here? Okay, they tended to shadow their carry. Their name is Tom Kench, and they played really aggressively at level 1. And then they shadowed their their carry for the rest of the game after they got out of laning phase. Well, what is that? So the next step is to go actually read the abilities, and to go here because the league tooltips are not good enough. Unfortunately, sometimes they're not good enough here either, but at least we can have some amount of insights by coming to a Tahm Kench page. So for example, you can start reading this. You realize that acquired taste. All right, it acquires a stack of acquired taste with every hit, but it's not just attacks, it's also your Q. All right, so your tongue lash and your basic attacks on hit are empowered. So on hit means that you actually need to connect. It can't be dodged. It can't be blocked. It means that your spell also connects it. So suddenly you're looking at, oh, all right, so I can actually put on these stacks, and it's the stack itself that's dealing all of this extra damage. Well, my Q, I might look at the Q and look at it and be like, oh, that's 50 points and 100% AP. The cooldown goes down. This is really neat. Like, I want this spell, and I want early access of it, and I want to cast it a lot, etc. That's why I want to rank it. But then you might realize, wait a second, this is also applying an acquired taste, which is another base level, plus a % health scaling, plus bonus health. So we're talking about getting all those actions. Now here it's actually listed, right? It's putting it right here so you can see it effectively, and I'm glad that they put it, but that can be a little confusing too. You're like, wait, do I get this and do I get that? Well, no, this is the acquired taste. Okay, let me check out. What am I getting from this? All right, oh, the mana cost goes down. The cooldown goes down. Cast time stays the same. Speed is the same. All right, so this means that there are some spells in the game that the mana cost goes up. And for those, every single time that you would level it, if you're about to cast it, the better play is to cast it and then respond by leveling it up. And then you get, this is most notorious on Ahri, level 4, you're about to cast your Q. You cast your Q, then you level it up. The mana cost will be spent already, but by the time it hits, it's a higher level spell, and it comes back, and you're actually getting the benefits of the higher level effects without having to pay the mana. So it depends whether or not your spell scales on cooldown. And you should make a meaningful choice. Like, is it worth it to pre-level or post-level based on these benefits? Well, here, very obviously, you'd want to pre-level, because you want the better cooldown and you want the better mana cost. There's no downside. So there are some champions where there is a downside, and you might not have realized that until you actually came in and read the abilities. Then you might go a little further and say something like acquired taste. The bonus, the target is stunned for 1.5 seconds. Devour can be cast during tongue lash at no cost to pull the target to Tahm Kench before swallowing them. So interesting, there's another mechanic here. What is this? The target is stunned for 1.5 seconds. So if they are stacked, Tongue Lash and Devour gain additional effects against enemies with 3 stacks, consuming them all. The target is stunned for 1.5 seconds. Devour can be cast during Tongue Lash at no cost to pull the target to Tahm Kench before swallowing them. What does this mean? This doesn't really like tell you what it means. There's no like amount of pull it's saying. So you're going to have to go to the next step when we go in, which is going to be actually putting it into isolated practice. So we'll get into this in a second. We're still looking on Tahm Kench. So first question that we want from Tahm Kench is, what is this pullback mechanic? What are we talking about? So I'm going to go in right now. Just take a moment to practice, and we'll go into more other levels. We'll see if they fix that. It looks like they did. So I'm just going to do a couple tests to see where my ult range happens and what this could mean as far as the Devour can be cast during Tongue Lash at no cost to pull the target. That's so weird. Why is it at no cost? Normally this has 100 mana. Normally there's, you know, it seems so weird that they're putting this in there. So we're going to check out practice tool. And sometimes you just want to do this right off the bat if you really don't understand what an ability is doing. Or you can go look up, you know, a guide, for example, on it. Let's just go with the most common page. Now, you can also go in and ask yourself, why is it this page? But that's at another step that we're going to do. For now, I'm just going to launch. The entire purpose right now is figuring out, what does this mean? What does the target is stunned, Devour can be cast during Tongue Lash at no cost to pull the target to Tom Kench before swallowing. Okay. Step 1, I'm going to assess what his normal range is. So let's go first off level 6. Give ourselves mana and cooldowns. Alright, and we're going to go put this guy here. Alright, we're going to go 1, 2, 3. So now I have empowered effects. First off, let's see how long it lasts. Alright, there's out of combat, and then the stacks go. We've got the hit, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, just like most things, once they're out of combat, that's where we're going to look. Alright. Alright, I'm going to cast my R here. Okay, so I had to stand here. I'll spit him right back out. Oh, apparently I annihilated it. Alright. So interesting. I was right about this step when it went. So now we're going to see whether or not we can do that at a different range with Tongue Lash. What does it mean? Oops. Okay, did that feel like it was any longer? Any further out? I don't know. Look at that. Okay, so that's what it means. When you Q and you can R, and it immediately pulls them in for that snack. Okay, that's interesting. That's something that never would have been apparent to me just by like playing the games and seeing that you could do that. But hold on. Is there any like practical effect here? Oh, alright, so that's the end of the Q range. Can't do it there for sure. Okay, so let's back up to here. Yeah, look at that. I can grab you from really far away. Interesting. Okay. So that means I don't necessarily need to be in range. Now let's check out another effect. Let me go with R, flash. Okay. Big delay on the buffer. What is that about? That is disgusting. That is not normal. Normally when you flash on something, you should be able to immediately cast. So if I cast R, for example, or auto attack and then flash, I should immediately attack. That was not what was happening. Let's go with R, flash. Okay, that time it was instant. Was it last time that he was just out of range? Get the stacks again. I'm gonna press R and then flash. Yeah, so if I'm not right on top of him, it's definitely just not casting that ability right away. All right, so last iteration, we go here and QR. Look at the distance that you can grab somebody. That is massive. That's a really big deal that you can hit somebody from that far. All right, so now let's get an idea exactly how far our ability goes. Get a visual to confirm. Yeah, it looks like it should hit, doesn't it? But it doesn't. Now there's some abilities that can hit with the edge of the range, but they don't hit. Look at this. Straight on, you actually miss, but to the side, you hit. Okay, that is definitely something you would not have gotten for yourself. So when you want to hit someone at max range, you actually want to use the edge. So now I'm talking about the full range of this spell plus a tiny bit extra. That little extra bit to be able to use that thing. All right, so now we understand this. The target is stunned. Oh my goodness, Marcus, you're right. I did not change to the streaming tool for that. My bad. My bad. Were you able to see everything on the action though? Good catch. I'm going to keep on going. Let me know if there's any part of that wasn't on screen. All right, so we've got this. We've figured out what this is. We also figured out that now we can use our ultimate during the queue if someone's out of range and we're not in range. We also saw that we can use our flash as long as we're flashing right on top of them. But if we are flash and we're not there, then it's going to flash and then start walking, which is really slow and really arduous. A little bit was off. All right, I'll do it again then. This should pan to full screen. Can you guys read the screen okay when I'm here? Can you like read what's on my screen? I like to do the zoom in one for the patch notes. Make sure that everyone can read it. All right, all looks good. Okay, great. Let's go here again. We're gonna go level up. All right, we're here. We get our stuff back. All right. So we found the range. What did we say? Look at that. Q doesn't hit right here, but it does hit right here. Nope, not quite. Does the edge hit? I'm moving it over like pixel by pixel, seeing if there's a range. Okay. Q still does not hit. Huh? Okay, last game it felt like that animation hit. Bizarre. Did we just uncover like a bug? Maybe it was a bug. Shit, sometimes you find bugs too while you're at this. Okay. God, man, I wish this game would be predictable where you could actually count on everything that you've learned. Alright, so here we are. We've connected. We keep the stacks up. We see that they're going to drop every 4 seconds. So casting QR as a combo allows me to grab something at maximum range. Otherwise, I have to wait and do something like R flash to get them. Or the super clunky one, right? We might do something like hit with this and immediately jump on top of you and go for this. All right, how quickly can I get that spell cast off? I'm actually really curious now. This is something we didn't do last time. So let's say we've got 3 stacks. If I buffer my R, okay, I didn't press any other buttons. So I just used my R while I was in flight. Not even in flight, I just used it. Okay, so I go like this. This is another trick to know. No hands. So that it's buffering the ability for the moment that I arrive. All right, that is definitely meaningful for not putting in extra commands because you don't want to miss anything. Yeah, and I'm up here. He will automatically consume it. And it looks like he's consuming it as fast as he could. All right, so we've got some ideas of what the mechanics. You see these extra damages going in. Love it. Here we go. We're still charged. 1, 2, 3, and scoop. Beautiful. Now, one more test I want to do. What happens if I stun him and then cast the R? If I just go stun? Okay. No, so that doesn't work. If I use it and consume the stun, then it's not going to give me the munch. That time I press the R. All right, this time I'm not going to. I'm going to let the Q resolve and see if I can get the R in after. Can't. All right, so I absolutely need to do it while it's in the air. So I can go QR, chomp, spit you out right here. All right, cool. Yeah, right. It's amazing when you find like little things. The Q range, does it hit? Does it not hit? Okay, trying to do the minimum I can. This is where it was last game. You know what? We're on different heights. That could be the visual effect. Might have just been that. All right, straight on. We still hit. Still hit. Trying to move back the like littlest bit. Look how far this range is. Might not feel like it's normally that long. Still hitting from here. Guys, this is the edge of the range. I don't think I can go another pixel back. I tried. Whoa, I can still do it? All right. There it is. Okay, we're finally out of range. And you see based on this cursor that you'd expect to be able to hit right on that curve. It seems like you shouldn't have any advantages hitting to the edge. So that was very bizarre what happened in the first game. But there we go. That's how we go about practicing a mechanic like we saw here. I'm going to do QR, WR. Nope, we don't get an extra passive. What if I do W, auto R? Nothing. Okay. W. Now I go. Okay, that time I tried to do attack R and attack R did not work. So yeah, even right there, I tried to do the attack and the R. The R does not buffer from that situation, but it does from right here. So interesting, right? There's some moments that you might not expect this to work, others that you might have expected it to do. So we get some ideas about what the champion's actually trying to get in. There we go. We just saved ourselves a whole bunch of like discovery and randomness by just going into practice tool for 5 minutes and just seeing it. All right, Abyssal Dive. Cooldown goes down. Mana cost does go up. Range goes up by 50. That's actually pretty big. Magic damage is here, plus 150% AP. Wow, that's pretty huge. We have an a health scaling ability and a percent AP based on your bonus health. That's then going to affect this 150% number. So we're starting to get some ideas now about like what kind of builds this champion is going to do. We have a huge, I mean, this is massive AP scaling, guys. Massive. So if you're stacking health, then suddenly Demonic Embrace feels like it might be really, really good because you're going to get this huge amount of AP that can trigger. It also means that something like Rabadon's, when I go into this and I look at champions like Tom Kench, I'm going to go back a patch just so that there's more data on 1321. But if I go to winning items, and I was wondering about this, winning items, why are Medjai's and Rabadon's here? Well, now I know, right? Now we know because there's a massive AP scaling on this Abyssal Dive, right? Plus the fact that we have 2% AP scaling per the bonus health, the 100 bonus health. So if you're getting 4,000 bonus health, which would be, you know, fairly exorbitant, but let's say you get 4,000 bonus health. So we're talking about 40 more stacks. Suddenly this ratio becomes an 80% ratio. Well, then suddenly it might matter to actually have more AP. But now we have to decide like where's the rest of the kit gonna come into play. So we're looking at Abyssal Dive. The range goes up. That's massive. Range is like the single most powerful thing in the entire game. Cooldown goes down by 1 second. Not bad. The cost does go up. That's a little bit of a hindrance, especially on a champion that doesn't need to get tons of mana. Channels for 1.35 seconds. Okay, so let's go check this 1.35 seconds and compare it to the stun duration here. First enemy hit is slowed by 50% for 2 seconds. Okay. If the target is stunned, meaning if you had the acquired taste bonus, they get stunned for 1.5. Okay, that's what we needed to know. So this ability should come right after casting Q. Don't even wait for it to hit. Just know that you're hitting and then get this cast off to then go land. Blink to the target location after a 0.15 second delay and remains unable to act for 2/3 of a second after the channel completes. That's fascinating. Okay, so we talked about that R. Buffering the R seemed really important in that case because we essentially got it off instantly. So effectively 1.5 seconds that you can't do anything after you cast this. And then another bit. So 2.15 seconds after you press the W button that you are locked out of doing anything else. All right, that means it's especially important that you hit a target that is slowed. Slowing them by 50% should be enough to land this. We see the effect radius, all right? The sight radius on target location, and then how wide the cone is actually going to be. So when you're landing, are you going to be able to collide with them? You have a pretty big body as well, so that's going to affect who's going to get hit by this. Okay, so now I'm starting to see, to use my W, I don't really just want to puddle hop for no good reason because it's locking me out. If I screw this up, I'm getting locked out for 2.15 seconds. That's an eternity. That's like stunning myself, you know, with one of the biggest stuns in the game. So if I'm not landing, then it's a huge problem. But if I do land it, we're talking about a massive cooldown refund. All right, this was implemented newly, which was kind of bizarre, but it's there. We're also talking about the ability to get more stacks off on acquired taste. We're talking about maybe hitting the ultimate. So there's a lot of effects where we might be saying, okay, when can I actually jump onto them? Well, now suddenly I'm starting to see that if I hit Q, I lock myself into this animation for 2.25 or 2 1/6 seconds. That's actually half the cooldown of my next Q. So I can go QW, that's 1 stack. I can go attack, that'll be my 2nd and 3rd stacks. That should bring me up into a point where even if you are running away, or maybe if I only get the 1 attack off, now I've got the first Q, my first attack, then you started moving away. Well, now what we know about the QR combination, it doesn't matter because I will hit you with Q3 and ult. Wait a second, did we actually test that? We didn't test it. Let's go check it out. So all of this process, and I'm excited about learning these things. Not everyone gets excited. Getting excited with the process of learning is a huge factor for being able to learn well. Exuberant discovery is proven to be the most effective way to learn quickly and to learn with meaningful insights. When you have this level where you're exuberant about it and you discover something while you're in this exuberant mode, that's when you retain info, because it's more likely to be critical. It's more likely to be something that you care about, have a reason to care about, and it manifests in a way where there was critical insight at the moment it happened. So we talked about here, Q. What we didn't practice was whether or not we could do this. Okay, we can't QR. So 2 stacks. QR does not work. All right, so that's important to know. So how about I land this, I toss my W, and I buffer my R? Got him. Okay. Now let's see what other tricks are. While we're here, we might as well get some of the more effective tricks. All right, we're getting 3 stacks off. All right, let's say I jump on you. I use my R here. Can I flash? No, no flashing. No puddle jumping. Okay. Interesting. Now we're going to get into this as we go back later. Which abilities are castable while you have that R, if any? All right, so we have Abyssal Dive. Massive AP ratio. Almost makes me want to build Gnasher's Tooth. Right? Just get a huge amount of AP. You're locking them in place. You can get multiple acquired stacks off. It seems like Gnasher's Tooth would be a really good item. But you go back and look and you see like, Gnasher's Tooth, not even one of the winning items. All right, what happens if people rush it? Are people just, they've got away from it? It turns out that your health scaling is more important than your AP scaling. And so the AP only matters when we're talking about near final items, when you're trying to stack massive amounts of AP based on all of your HP. It just turns out that Rabadon's death cap is that impactful that far late in the game. Let's change it to 30 days to get a little bit more information. Is this still true? Winning items. Oh, Rabadon's has disappeared. Okay, that's interesting. It went from being one of the most effective items, but hold on, Magi's Soul Stealer's still here. Okay, well, Darksteel has stats on it. It has health. That's worth noting. We see that Demonic Embrace is still up here. Interesting to see like where the factors come in for what could impact and what might not impact a champion as you're going up, right? Why is this number so high? 420 use cases? Is it just because it only newly is being picked out? Let's go back to 30 days. See if we can find Rabadons anywhere. Rabadon, 65%. Okay. 75%. So it's here. It's just not making it onto this because the sample size is too low. Okay. So we found some more information. Maybe this is the hot tech that people haven't realized. Maybe Rabadon's into Gnasher's Tooth is actually supposed to be a thing. What if Gnasher's Tooth is actually your best 5th item? Holy crap. Here it is. 73% on 26 games. This item's 400 gold less than Rabadon's. Interesting. Why? This one, look, 4th item, 81%. I mean, tiny sample size. But why? I wonder why this is, and it makes a lot of sense when you see where the AP is coming from and the fact that you have a ratio that's attached to your bonus health as well. As you get your bonus health first and you get your tank stats. That gives another question. When we're talking about the rune page, the one that it suggested right here, it had 2 stats. Now this champion scales with health. Why does it want to recommend me 2 of these? Doesn't it make sense that we would do something like this or like this? You get the resistance to go with the health. The health seems to matter a lot. Well, the truth is buying health in the game is cheaper than buying the resistances. And if you're going to buy health items like Heartsteel, like Warmogs, then you still will get chewed up by someone who's dealing massive damage because you're not resisting anything. You're all health, no resistances. They actually work hand in hand. You want to have, for each 100 health that you gain, you want to gain 10 armor and magic resist, right? So you can go all the way up. You say, I want to have 1,000 extra health. Well, then you should also have 100 extra health and magic resist to make sure, obviously skew it to the game that you're playing. But if the idea is, I want to buy Heartsteel, then suddenly it makes a lot of sense that if you're buying Heartsteel, you should probably do this, right? Or you should maybe get boots that will impact your ability to do this. So this is all through the lens of Tahm Kench. And you can start continuing to go through what are the rest of the abilities. Okay. Thick skin. Cast time. All right. There's a little bit of a cast time. That's a little bit obnoxious. So you can't use it as like a frame perfect way to dodge death. Cooldown is 3 seconds. What is that about? Okay. 3 seconds. So I'm going to gain health. Stores a portion of post mitigation damage as gray health. All right. We've seen that in action. Increased while there are at least 2 nearby visible enemy champions, either dead or alive. That's interesting. So this necessarily means that you're better against ganks and in duo lanes. All right, so when there's more than one opponent, your thick skin is actually going to get better. This is why your thick skin in top lane doesn't actually feel like it does that much. In fact, it's a very, very small effect. But this is increased while there are at least 2 nearby champions. The increased amount is significant. Look at this. At level 1, it goes from 13 to 40. Holy crap, this is why Tahm Kench works in the bot lane. Right? You can work on this because constantly you're getting 40% of the damage stored back into gray health, which is turning into healing, which might synergize with Revitalize. Plus you have Second Wind. It's very, very fascinating to see how like all these things are working in together. This is just one champion, guys. You could do a dissertation on all of League of Legends. By the time you'd be done, though, you'd be on a new season and the whole thing, you'd have to rewrite the whole thing. But, you know, this game is deep. There's so many layers, and this is why it's important to pick a few champions to be good at. If you want to climb, you should only be trying to get good at a few because the details are so minute but impactful. So like, look at this. The damage stored into gray health goes up by a flat amount, but the increased amount is tiny. Huh. Okay. So this is a 1-point wonder when you're in a duo lane, but it's maybe you need more points in it when you're in a solo lane because you can recreate this effect almost. Interesting. He can store up to 300% of his maximum health. Okay, that's another interesting thing. Why can it store 300% of his maximum health? So you can take damage, but you can still be regenerating that whole time, but you're still taking more of the damage. So you're actually storing gray health, but without ever losing effective health. That's fascinating. While thick skin is not on cooldown, and after 4 seconds without taking damage, Tahm Kench rapidly consumes his gray health to restore 45 to 100% based on level. Okay. I've been on a Tahm Kench binge and I didn't catch this the first time. At level 1, you only get 45% of it back. At level 18, you get 100% of it back. That's huge. Okay, so they gave him some amount of scaling. That makes sense. This is health is one of the worst scaling stats in the game. So it makes sense to give him a little bit of scaling back on health. But interesting, this is why I'm able to just tank everything in the end game because I just walk away and the thick skin will bring all of that health back. Healing for 10% of this maximum health every quarter second. So based on how long you have to do it, it can take a maximum of, it looks like 2.5 seconds to do it. All right, 2.64 seconds, you're going to gain back everything towards your maximum health. Interesting. Or you can activate it to convert your gray health into a % shield. Okay. Well, this certainly matters to have the increased damage. This also could matter if you're by yourself. If you're turning that into a shield, we see some massive shields on Tahm Kench. Does this mean that Shield Bash might be pretty good? Let's take a peek. Shield Bash. All right, Shield Bash is performing well. Not as well as Demolish. Makes sense. Demolish scales with 35% of your maximum health. Well, you're a champion that seems to want to scale off of health, so this Demolish seems like it does a lot. We'll see whether or not it has anything to do with the early game. All right, let's keep going. Devour. Cooldown goes down by 20. Cast time stays the same. Target range, always 100 mana. Tahm Kench swallows the target champion for up to 3 seconds, rendering them untargetable and displacement immune. meaning they can't be moved. Devour can be cast on enemies only with 3 stacks of an acquired taste. If the target is an ally, they become unable to act and are granted a shield which decays in strength by 50 every quarter second after they are regurgitated. When you spit them back out. Tahm Kench will also gain 40% bonus move speed for 3 seconds and is unable to cast movement spells besides Abyssal Dive. Alright, so you can use Abyssal Dive, but you can't flash. Interesting. Also means no, like, proto belts, presumably. After 1 second, Tahm Kench can cast Regurgitate within the duration and automatically does so afterwards. The swallowed ally can also input a movement command to force this cast to the target direction unless they are immobilized. So if let's say they get Ash Arrowed for 4 seconds of stun, I can pull them in. I should keep them in my belly for as long as possible because even when I regurgitate them, they're still going to be immobilized. An acquired taste bonus. The target is suppressed while swallowed. That's a bonus? Seems like it would have been this unable to act. Okay, no, this is just saying for the enemies. They're suppressed. Tahm Kench will also be grounded and slowed while an enemy is swallowed. So no flashing, no abyssal diving, no anything. If Tahm Kench is performing Abyssal Dive, Regurgitate will not automatically cast until after he finishes. Okay, this is for getting your teammate out, so you can do WR as like a combo when you're escaping. Okay, interesting. Cast time, another quarter second here. Tahm Kench spits the swallowed champion in the target direction. If they're an enemy, he deals magic damage to them at the end of the displacement. Now, this is a single target spell for the end game, which tends to mean that it does not scale very well. You want AoE spells for the end of the game. Interesting, it doesn't have its own acquired taste passive. It has its own 15% of the target's maximum health, plus 7% per your 100 AP. Well, your AP is actually being dictated by your own maximum health. So you're actually getting some pretty big chunks where you might be able to deal a lot of damage to someone. This 15% base of the target's maximum health, this is always going to be impactful. Everything's magic damage. Abyssal Mask seems like it's going to be better. Might even be a world where you could go Divine Sunder. Seems like Divine Sunder would work really well with this champion in general. You have high damage numbers, single target, want to heal, want health, you want cooldown. Interesting. Divine Sunder, does it show up? Let me see. Let me take a peek. I can go at looking at the mythics. Divine Sunder, 40% in a tiny sample size. Oh, no, that's 30 days though. So no one's building Divine Sunder. What's wrong with Divine Sunder? I mean, it has health, or attack damage. You're not really scaling off of that. The rest seems pretty good though. You're definitely using Spellblade. You are definitely benefiting from the magic penetration, not so much from armor pen. Interesting. But Trinity Force is at 54. It would have seemed that, well, all right, what are the differences between them? Trinity Force has more attack speed. It has more movement speed. So it seems like putting a priority on the ability to move quickly might actually be paramount to this champion's capacity, to their effectiveness. All right, well, if moving is a big thing, then maybe Iceborne Gauntlet is there. It only gives 400 health compared to 800 from Heartsteel. But like we said, if we're stacking health, then we're gonna necessarily need some resistances somewhere in the kit to make sure that we're not melted. If you plan on going Heartsteel Warmogs, then you probably want to consider going for the extra resistances in the rune tree, right? And saying at 12 minutes, I will suck it up a little bit. But then again, Second Wind has a big healing component that scales off your max health as well. So both of those scale off of max health. You're definitely not going bone plating on this champion. So choosing between the two, you're going to have to really make a case for when to buy your resistances to make sure that you're not getting too heavy on the health side and not enough on the resistance side. All right, anything else? What can we get? I think we've got everything. We can't move when we devour. All right, so we found it all. So let's go back. Like I said about the analytics, ask why. Don't just take it for granted that something is the best just because it has the highest win rate. Because, for example, someone might have the highest win rate. Let's look at Abyssal Mask right here. It has dang near the highest win rate, and yet it only costs 2,400. Okay, well, it does seem like it synergizes really well with his kit. But also, probably, you're buying this item in games where it's good. So you should always be thinking about, all right, well, are they doing it in all the games? What, is it ubiquitous? Is it something that you can always use? The stacking MR is not really going to matter unless they deal magic damage, and the ability to shred theirs won't really matter unless your team's doing it. Well, you deal enough. So maybe Abyssal Mask just is always good just because you use it well. Could be a strong indicator, but it's worth noting why, right? Try to answer these questions. Why is Gargoyle Stoneplate winning at a high clip? Well, this one makes a lot of sense. We said that stacking health has a weakness, that you need resistances to go along with it. Gargoyle Stoneplate is the perfect item for doing that. You say, all right, I gain a shield that scales on my bonus health. Fantastic. It gives me armor and magic resist. Perfect. And Fortify, taking damage from a champion, grants 5% bonus armor and 5% bonus magic resist for 6 seconds. That's great. So it's giving me the things I need most when I'm stacking health. It's the perfect thing. And it also has a shield that scales off of it. So it makes tons of it makes tons of sense. Then you look at other items that scale with health. Demonic Embrace, Titanic, Warmogs, right? Warmogs to allow for more health scaling. Titanic, because it has the on attack bonus. Demonic Embrace, giving you a huge amount of AP. All right, and this is 3,000 gold compared to 3,300 gold. So Demonic Embrace, probably a lot of times where this is going to be the best item. Interesting that Sunfire continues scaling. Why is that? Well, Tom Kench, so far we looked at his entire kit. The only thing that resembles any amount of wave clear is the Abyssal Dive. And this 150% AP, we saw that his early game, you're too squishy if you go AP. You want to get health instead. So this is, when you're talking about that health to AP conversion and this 150% ratio, you're not really getting much out of this. Well, all right, well, maybe we can think of ways to work this into our build. Maybe it's Doran's Ring plus Dark Seal and an early Blasting Wand. And something that we just want to say, hey, we just really want the access to this. Later, I'll turn that into a Demonic Embrace, and we'll see what comes from it. All right, next step, isolated practice. You can do this in bots. You can do it with a training partner. The idea is that you don't want meaningful competition. What you want to do is actually go in and start practicing. You can do this in practice too. I should have actually put this here as well. So you go in, you want to see the abilities in action. You want to see what things work. So what we thought we found something in the first step with the Q hitting in one spot, but then not in others. But then we tried to recreate it and we couldn't recreate it. So who knows whether or not that's actually going to be a thing. But then we found the QR combination, the fact that we can W and buffer your R, the fact that you can throw your Q and immediately W because they're going to be slowed long enough. You actually want to put those into practice. What happens is your synapses, every place in your body has a nerve ending that is roughly the size of a nickel. It's like a bundle of nerves, and you have more in certain places on your body. So like your tongue, your fingertips, places like that you would call very sensitive, they tend to have more nerve endings, whereas you have fewer on like your heel. All right, or like under your heel, there's very little. I could be stomping on the ground and it's just like one general thud. Whereas if I put my toes down, I can feel much more what's going on underneath me. So every part of your body has like this bundle of nickel-sized nerve endings, and then it's got that path that's going to follow your synapses up to your brain. Well, it's been proven that that you can actually lubricate that path to make your brain better and faster at doing the task. So, for example, if I threw a ball to my 5-year-old, it would hit them in the head. But if I tossed them a slow ball, or if I put a ball in the air and like bring it to them and then let them put their glove out, and then slowly I go and say, all right, put your glove out and I'm going to drop the ball in. All right, now let me do it from here where I put like a little bit of an arc. Now let me do an underhand toss. That same 5-year-old can actually become a capable catcher by taking these steps, because you're actually lubricating the brain to follow these synaptic paths to the muscle group that they need to work. And so in this analogy, this 5-year-old kid could actually learn to start finding things in space, which is something that naturally doesn't come to most people until they're about 8. You can work on your eyes following something through space, your hand moving to the area where the ball's going to be, the idea of closing your glove as a ball gets to you, and you can actually train these patterns. Well, the same thing happens in League of Legends. if I'm in a game and I want to get good at a character, I want to practice QW as a combo. Now that I know that my W is awful if it whiffs, but it's great when it hits, I really want it to hit. So I'm either going to be very judicious about casting it, or I'm going to try to predict the places where I could have windows to cast it, and then I want to get those out. So QW wants to be an automatic thing. WR wants to be an automatic thing. So let's say in one of those instances, I said that we got on top of someone, we attacked, and we hit Q, and now they're slow and we're chasing them. Next time I cast Q, in my mind, I already want to do QWR, all of them. Q, I know it's going to hit. My W, I know it's going to hit. My R, I know it's going to hit. And I want those things to happen as quickly as possible. And you get that best in a place where you don't care about the outcome. All right, you in fact should separate the outcome from the process. You don't want to think about whether or not you succeeded or whether or not you won. Even more importantly, don't think about whether or not you won. Think about whether or not you executed your combo well. And then later you can find, okay, well, it turns out if they have a certain amount of tenacity, I can't actually always land my W. And if they have, let's say, Merc Treads plus unflinching, it may actually turn out that Q plus W is not enough time that they can actually flash out of it. Or they can actually just move out of it, whether or not they were stunned. Enjoy the act of improving. All right, you want to go in and say, all right, did I do it better? Was I like really on top of my window? Did I see a spot where someone had 2 stacks on them and I was able to QWR? Did I see a spot where someone had 3 stacks on them and I got a QR off on them? Did I take advantage of a level 1 advantage to the maximum? Limit test, right? Go in, enjoy the act of improving. I'm going to put another part to this. Limit test and limit break. Test it, and find the breaking point. And when you get that breaking point, ask yourself why. What is it about the other champion? What is it about the situation? And go back. This can only be done when you actually go back into your own VODs. Next step is to go dynamic practice. All right, dynamic practice is the ability to go in and work with either a training partner or to go into norms games. Again, still you want to separate practice from outcome, but now you're adding a layer of difficulty. All right, we're going to start adding responsibilities. All right, but exuberant discovery, again, is the idea that while you're trying to problem solve and while you're trying to figure out the cases, what you can do with your champion, you might find some critical insights about what you can do, whether or not you can jump in. Can you R flash to save a teammate and then W out? What situations might you have? And then problem solving. So for example, if I go in, I won't be able to watch these VODs anymore, but I'm going to show you really quickly my match history. These are all the custom games. Tom Kench, win, and a defeat. And the defeat, I actually had another defeat before this. This was in the early stages where I'm just limit testing. Again, normal game, don't care about the result. I want to go and see what I can do. And what I was realizing was that if you rush Heartsteel, which felt like a great item, then you lacked wave clear. And even though rushing Heartsteel feels like you could stack it earlier and you could do more with it, it actually necessarily meant that your game was going worse, because to get to that point, you had to buy worse items that weren't really accomplishing anything. Whereas Bomby Cinder helped me to push the lane. It dealt extra damage. It has an HP ratio on its own. It actually became a very great item, and I didn't even need to finish it. It was just good as a standalone item. This game, I tried it, and I believe that I got Bomby Cinder and then picked up Heartsteel and then the Abyssal Mask. Eventually, what I went with is Bomby Cinder immediately, and then I can either finish it if it's an AD comp. I believe this was a game that had a lot of stuns, it was like a Viego, something like Viego Renekton. No, it wasn't Viego Renekton. It was some reason where I wanted to complete Sunfire, so I wanted the resistances. Yeah, maybe it was Viego Renekton, and then a team with like Ashe, Syndra, Thresh, where I wanted Merc Treads to get the increased tenacity, but I wanted the early Chainmail to go for the lane, plus I wanted to get this Sunfire. Then I went for Heartsteel. Okay, things are starting to go a little bit better. Let me figure out where are the moments where I do and don't need this Bomby Cinder. Well, I went through other builds. What did it matter? You know, where did these breakpoints come? Did it matter if I had to super build for lane because it was mid, top, and jungle were all AD, and it was against like Aatrox, so I want Bramble Vest, and I want to make sure that he's not getting extra effects. Well, it turned out that the matchups where Bomby Cinder was good tended to be the easiest, where I could just walk up, push the wave, slam into you with level 1 advantage. Then they tended to be stronger around 2 and 3 because your abilities don't really do anything. Then as you put points in your Q, they get stronger. Range matchups, I'm going to put more points into my E. Especially if it's like Quinn or Kennen, someone that's going to poke me a lot, then it's actually meaningful to get that extra bonus. When we talk about the differences in the spells, I'm only getting an extra 1 off per like half second per cycle. That's not that many more Qs, and the heal has a scaling amount basing on my missing health. The base amount of the heal doesn't really go up that much. So in matchups where they're poking a lot, I actually wanted more points in my E, and I would put a second and a third point in before going for more Qs. And this balance, this, you know, figuring out where your champion's going to go, you want to have growth every single game to the point where at the end of this cycle, I felt like I couldn't lose on this champion, right? In this game, I was like, they are so outscaled because they had 4 ADs or whatever it was. They are so outscaled by the fact that I can just walk up into the middle of their team. Heartsteel was stacked up to oblivion, and they couldn't do anything about it. And that felt really good, right? It felt like I was super, super strong in these games towards the end cycle. But that started on a process of, all right, first, look it up. Second, limit test and just see these abilities and see what you can get. Third, all right, now start putting the pieces of the puzzle together. And when you learn in this pattern, yeah, it seems like you're spending a lot more attention up front, and you're going into your VOD reviews, which I wish I could go in and like show you the growth that occurred from game to game to game here. But then you get that moment where, like I said, the exuberant discovery, you make meaningful, critical insights that completely change the way that you understand a champion. And that's what this all comes down to. When you can completely understand a champion and you can unlock that level of insight that gives you just one tool or one extra tool that you know about that they don't know about, that's what allows you to climb, because those small advantages express themselves after game after game after game. You get more and more opportunities, and sometimes that is the one thing that flips your matchup. Just having that one little advantage, knowing that here's my moment, QWR, I know it's happening and I wanted to do it quickly. And the fact that I execute it quickly means that my team gets more advantages. So that's how you go about the process of learning. As you get to the end, slowly add in more responsibilities. All right, you go in and try to give yourself, now that you're still in that dynamic practice mode, now that you've looked at the champion, you've probably been tunneled in a little bit. So now you have to bring back those other things. All right, where do I want my wards to be? Where are my other things? Start bringing back in the idea of, do I split or do I group? Whereas when you're learning, just go for the ride. Let other people shot call. My goodness, that's probably the biggest mistake that I see people make, is that when they're learning a champion, they try to shot call. And the truth is, you don't know. You just don't know that you don't know, because you don't know the champion. You don't know what you're actually capable of. And every time that you're trying to shot call, you're necessarily taking away from that potential for that discovery. So ignore shot calling responsibilities, just group up and follow someone else's pings. And then see that, ride that as far as it goes. And then see, all right, now I'm going to start putting in some other things. Now can I make decisions? Now, how far can I push? How quickly do I traverse the map if I cast my Abyssal Dive twice? Right, to get from bot lane to Baron, for example. Then you can start adding those things in. But first, limit test yourself, use all the abilities, try to get the maximum out of them, and relieve yourself of all thinking responsibilities. Just become a training bot. Like, get as strong as you can, as fast as you can. And then it's time to compete. Once you've done all that, now you can compete. You've skipped all those other steps. You're not going to experience that 30 to 40% win rate that most players have on most champions when they play them for the first 5 times. That's what tends to gate a lot of these kits and these champions in general. That mastery curve will change fairly drastically. Yumi's, for example, is way down here, and then it goes way up to here, whereas Mordekaiser's is just kind of like this There's way less to learn about Mordekaiser. And different champions will have different amounts. And Tahm Kench might have seemed like a pretty simple champion, and yet we saw like all the levels of processes that go into that decision tree, and what's gonna happen. So, anyways, from there, I just hope you guys enjoy the ride. You're still gonna have lots of learning opportunities. The single best thing you can do to improve is to watch your own games. Watch other people still. Constantly be looking. How are they doing it different than me? Why? Why are they building that item here? What is the importance of Abyssal Mask, right? Why do I see every single player build Abyssal Mask? You may have recently been watching the World Championships. Cassante is building Abyssal Mask. And you might be looking and be like, Cassante doesn't do magic damage. Why is he doing Abyssal Mask? Well, some amount of threshold on the enemy team for resistances, gaining that extra stat, but also shredding for your teammates, right? And those can be impactful. So in that game where Summit built it versus a singular Orianna, where his team had a singular Syndra, and those were the only magic sources, that was probably not a good call. And we saw that Cassante looked pretty useless in that game. And then we saw other cases where your team had Nico and Zeri and Nautilus, and enemy team had 3 other sources of ability power, and there Cassante with Abyssal Mask looked OP. And so was it the difference in the player? Maybe a little bit to do with the player, but also figure out exactly why those differences are going on. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. What do I want to say? Summary. I don't know. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It's fun to do. It's fun for me to like see lines. You guys would be, incredulous at the amount of paragraphs that you'd have to read if you wanted to get to know this game. And just by the time you're done reading it, half of them would have changed. Another set of patches come out, right? 13.23 would come around and they'll change something. It could even change within the case of a little time frame like this. We talked about the win rate dropping by 7%. We could go back here and it could have changed, right? Still tiny amount of game, almost doubled, but still it's this. And now we can see it's probably more people saying, oh, all right, ooh, the champion does something a little bit differently. This could be the difference between knowing when you can last hit and knowing when you can't. So for example, in that dynamic practice where I'm looking at all the things I can do, yesterday playing Tahm Kench, I figured out that after I finished Bomby Cinder, that was enough to get all my last hits under turret. In fact, it was even before then. It was just Doran's plus Ruby Crystal plus, what was the other portion that I had? No, maybe it was just Kindle Gem. It doesn't matter anymore because the values have changed. He's dealing 1% less to the enemy. So I'm going to have to relearn those. And those are the things that are going to happen. And especially when your champion goes through changes, you need to be the one that jumps on all of the insight, all the insinuations, all the tiny manifestations of those champion changes. All right. So we did that. Should we play? Brand was not nerfed. Brand was buffed. Let's see. What should we go into? Seraphine. I'm dreading playing Seraphine, man. It's like so upset at the way that they decided to change that champion. All of these were pretty predictable. Senna getting gutted. Janna is largely going to be a playstyle, just getting used to the difference. Neela lost a lot of damage as well, but she's going to be okay when you find your correct pairings. Win rate in bot lane went up. That's completely expected. You know what? We could try brands like Nami or something. Mid lane still has that like fundamental issue. Now this right here, this is interesting. Talking about win rate in mid, this should have gone up, but oftentimes new people playing means that win rates go down. And so when play rate goes up, then you talk about it changing what's going to happen. So for example, support hasn't changed. Again, small sample size. It's early in the morning on Wednesday morning. This has just gone live. This doesn't necessarily have all the information that you need, right? This small change right here. Okay, interesting. Why did this change? Probably just chalk it up to sample size. Jungle win rate going down even though it got buffed. That's because it got picked more, right? Mid lane going down even though it got buffed because it got picked more. Brand bot, on the other hand, you tended to not, they didn't mention Brand in the bot lane. So people are less likely to jump onto brand bot, but people who are already playing brand bot are feeling this massive change. Again, also skewed by small sample size. So it's not going to be like this by the end of the day, by the end of the week for sure. But you can see like the sort of signs of what's going to continue. So what do we want to try to learn today? We just continue with Tahm Kench. I guess I should just continue with Tahm Kench and actually get better hold of where he's at. Do I feel like he's actually thrown off? I'm still going to go in normals because one of the big things that changed with that ratio changing is the last hitting, right? Every single attack for every single part of the game has gone down in value by 1%. That's a pretty big deal. So I'm not too excited about trying to find these windows. Literally the only thing that changed, 4% of his bonus health. So as you're picking up, when you're talking about getting a ruby crystal, that's 1.5 damage every single time. And when you're talking about getting parts to a heart steel, maybe that was it was heart steel, 800 health, that's 8 less damage on every single auto attack based on this change. That's big, that's meaningful. Some people will say he's still stronger than he was, but the truth is we're also expecting him to do more. Like if you're that change is what allowed him to get played in the top lane as a dominant player. And if you don't have that, can you actually just not do it? And does he have to go back to the bot lane and just be a support? Be a little bit more powerful with Senna, but Senna just got nerfed. So does he in turn get nerfed himself because of his dependency? I feel confident playing Tahm Kench with just about anybody. The problem is you can dominate your lane, especially from like 5 to 10, basically until they finish boots plus completed item, at which point they can just cut you away. But even then you're like, if I get on top of you, I still feel pretty good. Later in the game though, it's completely unplayable. So you need to make sure that you're upping the tempo of the game, or that you're filling an important role for your team, right? Let's say your support already picked Brand and you have an artillery mage mid, or even an AD carry that went mid. And so suddenly your team needs just a body that can be in front for your position. That's something that you can pick Tahm Kench for, especially if you have those other roles decided. Your team has Kindred or Graves. Tristana's playing mid lane maybe. Even if you have 2 artillery mages, that can be enough of a reason to want to pick Tahm Kench, right? Your team has Vel'Koz and Xerath, or Vel'Koz and Azir. That's a great time to pick Tahm Kench in the bot lane even. Picking in the mid lane, that's something I'll be interested in. You get way fewer of those meaningful acquired taste procs going off, fewer attacks, harder to hit Q against casters that stand in the middle of the caster minions. Such a big change though. On the passive, not even like on the ability. Every single hit down by 1%. We were playing a build that had 2,000 bonus health. Right? Like this number actually becomes a lot. 1% nerf, that's a lot. That's 20 damage every single time. Every action, every attack, every Q. Alright, we'll see. We're going to see what these limits are. We got filled bottom. Okay, no big deal. I'm going to hover Tahm Kench and we'll see whether or not we get any players, and we'll just kind of pick accordingly. So we've got a hook. See, a lot of people think that you can't hook with fish and dyssynergy, but I disagree, because especially when we're talking about the demon, right? You want to bait, you want to get that hook out, see what you can bite. Try to get people to think that you're a little caught out. Let's see, what are we gonna do? Do we care about bans? We said that kiting champions were our biggest problem. Something like a Kennen would be a huge pain in the butt anyways. Kennen does get kind of slapped by GP. Get rid of Ashe. Ashe is someone that can kite us for days. We'd have to be able to get on top of them. It's possible, you know, Q and W together. Maybe Zeri would be a bigger play. Shit. Maybe we don't need bot lane. What's up, guys? Breath in. 11:46. Probably get a game in and then do some lunch. Can still play Tom Kench. Brand. They say that the E is not relevant for Brand's playstyle. I disagree big time. We don't even want to ban. We want to find out what we can and can't do. All right, so Brand. We want to see how much this difference makes for poke. The E got better. Let's see exactly what the numbers were again. All right, monster modifier not going to impact us, although it will for the Baron later in the game, so that's actually interesting. Conflagration going down by 5 early, going up by 15 later, and getting 10% AP. So I already liked maxing this ability because it was the easiest one to hit. So now I'm feeling really good about doing that. Now, questions whether or not I want something like First Strike to scale, or if I want Dark Harvest to scale that way. Two different options. We tend to want early boots, so we don't want this. Hex Flash could solve some of Brand's immobile problems, but perfect timing also does. Don't know that we want to be spending money on Zonias. Whereas if we go here, then we're talking about Taste of Blood, getting lots of extra healing because we've got so many extra effects. We can also go very easily get Ghost Poro stacked up, and then we can use Relentless Hunter to roam around the map. We actually don't need ratios. Most of our damage is done with the Blaze. Now let's take a peek at Brand's stats as we're going in. Ideally, this is another step. We would take this earlier. 30 to 50 damage based on level. Their maximum health. All enemies within the detonation are dealt magic damage. Their maximum health with 2%. So the AP scaling, completely meaningless early in the game. Wanted to confirm that. So sometimes you can end up doing this. You can go here. Presence of mind, making sure that you have permanent mana uptime, cut down because you're going to be the lowest health champion in the game, especially as a support. Relentless Hunter, so that you can fly around the map, making sure that you're being impactful. Ghost Poro, so that you have better lingering control. You're not someone that wants to fight for vision as much, because anytime that you step forward, 1, 2, 3, 4 of these champions can kill me. Janna can harass me from out of Fog of War, so I have to be very, very careful about those situations. Now, I could try First Strike, but like we said, the mobility is such a big thing that we need to rush the boots, and we don't really have a huge need for the other elements. Maybe Futures Market could have mattered. Cosmic Insight, maybe. Do we want these? Do we want HP runes? It's Briar, Poppy. Now, our teammate stayed heal, so we're going to swap over to Exhaust. We tried to give him a window. Exhaust very strong against Briar and Poppy, and to an extent Lucian. Lucian actually has to get himself into range against me. Now, the one thing that got nerfed a tiny bit is my level 1, because E, we used to go E to poke. I still want to do it because getting Spell Thief active and getting Blaze passive going is still most important. That's by far easiest to do with E every level from mid ELO to high, where they might be dodging your W. At low ELO, you can go W because they're probably not going to dodge you. If you do, you just want to get the cast off in the middle of their animation. All right, so hopefully we can get a new idea on how to play this lane. All right, let's think. Battled Queen Janna, going Comet. This was very Comet, very prevalent when she had her W poke as her max. Wants to go in, wants to go for a pattern that procs the Comet, which will always happen with the W. I want to penalize her every time that she's doing that. Lucian has Ghost, so the all-in threat is going to be pretty scary. We're definitely going to crush with Caitlyn. We have the outrange advantage here. Like to go get a ward down, although it's very, very scary. Lissandra won't have her ability. Janna might have Q, probably has W. Based on that Comet, we should be okay to just kind of step forward. Okay, exciting. Actually have enough time to get a recall in. We've got 2 wards down. Definitely want to note about that. Didn't see if they dropped one here. I don't think they did. That's the big reason that we have an advantage here. Look at all that money we got. 80 gold, guys. That's not a small amount of gold. It also means that this ward stick's going to come online, which means Ghost Poro is going to come online. So all in all, huge win for us, even with the flash being burned. Obviously, we're going to have to play according to that. We never got our ward a little bit deeper, which sucks, but it is. Alright, looks like they're leashing, so we're going to ping this for our jungler. Now, this is the sort of thing that if you are experienced in your matchups and you're experienced on your champions, you're going to be happy like adding in the extra responsibility. So for example, like that E, just going to go get that poke off, helps my team get the push as well. Need to play a little bit further back. Now her tornado's down. Very confident to go poke again. This time I get an auto attack off with it as well. Again, we get the poke advantage. Now we go for poking, 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 poking. Where do I want to poke from? This could be a jungler nearby. We don't actually see this. It was kind of suicidal to step up that far. We assume that he's going to the other side of the map, but we didn't know it. Didn't hit. That'll hit. Catch her in an animation, like we said. Damn, that thing moves fast. So right now I'm trying to put the fear into them that I'm just always going to be harassing. And make them try to make bad decisions based on that. Is Janna trying to do this? Interesting. Now another thing I can do to proliferate this, I don't have the W, right? So some people are worried about how much damage I can do. I go here and then I proliferate it off of that. It gets the increased range. So even though we don't have the extra effect, good job by Janna getting that shield out. Means I don't get any presence of mind action or blaze. All right, now this is going to be the next step of the evolution of the lane phase. We're going to go W onto the back line, help our Kate push, and that hits both of them. And then we have this with a stun and a poke. And even though they have a little on-hit extra damage there from Janna, it doesn't matter. Just whittling away at them. I don't know if I saw that or not. Alright, so 130 mana. We're going to go for this push on this cannon. And we're going to go... Hey. Hey. I completely buffed that myself. Just missed a mild spell. Now they're feeling really happy. Yep, me neither. Alright, we said boots. Premium importance. Now we don't actually need that. It's not the AP, it's the extra mana. Yep, not paying attention. Streamer debuff, guys. Real. Absolutely could have turned that. Shit. Alright, do we want to fast push this? She's at 31? Probably. Caitlyn get it? Or we just take it. Happens. Say hi as we poke by. Now, us getting early kills can actually impact things, right? It's not like your traditional enchanters where you don't want any of that business. I want to be able to harass for more. Now, check this out. See how I poke right there? I use this E for the poke. But it also ensures that Caitlyn's able to get all that extra damage off. And it means that she can clear the wave in one auto, or one Q, I should say. Now, there's going to be a couple different stages to this. If you're not careful and you put too many points in, then you have to deal with it's going to hit. A hit. Those procs off, detonation happens. Hey, she's trying. She got us both. All right, I'm gonna be massive. Now, do you guys remember? Pause the video. You remember what I'm supposed to get here? Boom. Now, good support habit, pathing through the jungle. This is something I didn't get last time because I was changing screens. Entirely my fault. But I want to come over here and try to secure more vision for my team, especially since I have this Ghost Portal. I'm also going to think about which point to get here. With the E, I'm going to have more of that harass. I'm going to make sure that this Ziggs feels safe from this side. And also get something on camps as Briar works her way back down to this side of the map. Now, based on these kills, I don't know that we're actually going to have to care about it. Could actually find a window right here to go after the Lissandra. Ziggs is looking to recall. I'm just going to clear this wave for him. Where's she looking? She's 6, 757. Where's she going with that? Getting Caitlyn some alone time, getting her some more experience. I'm going to try to threaten here with Olaf if he wants to come up. Can't go this way. If Olaf were coming, that would be a really nice bait opportunity, but we don't get it now. Alright, so we can use Q and harass on the back line. In grief. There you. Big whiff. So that was an EQ. It should have been QE. Talking about lubricated muscle groups. Olaf could have come over straight over and then done his camps after. I could have just executed it better. A lot of things I can change. But again, I don't really care. I just want to get the most learning processes in. See where it is. I care more about the fact that I EQ'd when I could have QE'd. I also cast Exhaust when I was trying to stun someone, so that would have been an overlap timing. I also cast Exhaust after the damage came in, so I missed out on a big chunk there. This is an all-in. This is an easy all-in. Olaf should feel really good here. Got you. Harvest. All right, this lane's staying here. I'm feeling really good. I've got shopping money. There's nothing really to accomplish, and Kate's actually got a frozen wave, so would have preferred to get this answer 4 seconds earlier. Maybe I bait the Lucian into thinking he can poke me. And that's what we get. Dodged at the end, but that's enough. Yeah! Get away from me, Caitlyn! You know, it happens. It's alright. Alright, what type of build? Alright, this is a big question, too. We got some tanky people over here. Could go with Everfrost. Could go with Crown versus something like Lucian, Lissandra, Poppy. Like, they're all their upfront damage. We're going to go with the standard one just because most people are going to be in this build anyways. Now we've hit this magical spot. So I know about this, but we want to make sure that you guys are adapting to it as well. Now that our E is reaching higher amounts, as we start putting these two spells together, we don't want to actually kill the backline. All right, this is a very important part of making sure we're playing with our carry. You see that? I put the E down. Now I can hit and make sure that everyone on that my Caitlyn's happy. I'm not getting her upset over missing CS or something like that. That's my mistake for casting that. Should have again done the thing. So this time I'm a little bit more upset with myself. Get my R off. Oh, half a second. I wish Caitlyn had been willing to stick to it a little bit longer and we could have gotten that ultimate off. Uh-oh. But you'd ripost up right now. A little dive by them, actually.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
All right, so interestingly about QE right there, I was a little bit too close, meaning that QE, the travel time didn't line up. Right, so you actually want a certain amount of travel time before that actually works. Don't need to stick around for that. Briar was seen top. We can go get our new line of wards. Maybe get new passion fruit, juicy fruits if they're around here. Respawn on that should be coming up. There it is. Okay, this is one where we're going to lead off with our R. That's a hit and that's a kill. Dark car. Oh no, sorry lady. I didn't see fire. I couldn't get my Q off. You burned to death? I don't think that's gonna make a difference. Alright, phase number 2, and honestly this should be phase number 1 for Brand, is to start building this. Unfortunately, it does mean I'm gaining some health, which I don't necessarily want. And I'm already out leveling Janna, so I'm not going to be dealing as much to her. But keeping track of everybody else, everyone who's higher level than me should be a target for me to cut down. And especially Poppy, who's most likely, as the game goes on, it's going to be these 3 targets that I'm going to be most responsible for. Don't have this. Couldn't get the art of bounce proliferate. So that's something that mechanically could have done better for sure. Went in, I was trying to cast my ultimate, it hadn't quite come up yet. Went over there, could have used QE at max range there. All right, definitely max range is something that you can do for QE animations. Could have gone with the R into the Q, especially knowing where she's going to dodge, where she's going to move me, I should say, when she tries to feeding frenzy, whatever it's called. All right, so we're at 11 stacks at 14 minutes, though. That part is going to be exciting. We're going to be dealing massive amounts of damage. Didn't get my Q off, so I pressed Q, but nothing happened, so I don't know what that's about. Fortunately, I'll have to go back into the replays. Olaf needs to be very careful. Big pop. See a stack. I also see a wave that I can protect. So I'm going to go for a snack up here. Ziggs will be able to control this. Hopefully it gets Caitlyn to actually move to her appropriate lane as well. Poppy, 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 please show up. There you go. That's my girl. All right, or we can go for a WE to start things off. I think so. And we'll go like this. Make sure that you pop, and you're done, so. All right, Fiora is going to want this. Oh, she's leaving? Good. Just get that shoved out. Now, there's reasons to want the Q. But what am I safe doing here? Now, this is a problem, right? I'm talking. Yeah, see? I wasn't quite sure how much I could get away with being safe doing it. I had no idea Briar would be ulting from that direction. That's kind of crazy. Alright, we got one. We got an assist. Dark Harvest proccing. 13 and 16 minutes. We're going to be having a good time scaling this game, folks. Brand 100% scales off of his Dark Harvest stacks. Yeah. Oh, Static Shift. She went for a really, really bad build. That's unfortunate. Auto attack. There we go. Look at that Ziggs attack. That's much faster than normal. We can get this. Ziggs should pick up bot wave. Doesn't have ultimate, but can just do it. Is not that meaningful. Nope. Alright, teleport to top lane I actually really like. She can get that push out, make sure that they have to answer it, and then comes back over to us. I'm gonna stick this over here. I don't have my sweeper for this side, and I have deposed my own ward here. I have 3 out of 3. Oh, that's wrong. I want to cast my W last because of the empowered effect. I do want to get detonation passives off. So 2 cycles of spells is all we're going to look to do. I appreciate the heal there. Definitely not someone I would want to use it on. That Kate was full health. He's the carry, not me. Alright, we have Rylai's. Now we are a complete fighting machine. Now, like we talked about, they almost definitely have vision of my corpse right now, and since they have vision of my corpse, they will have vision of my item buys. And this does not matter at low and middle ELOs, but at high ELOs, you want to be able to obfuscate this start, so that when you're doing this, they won't see that I've vision in every avenue that we can. He dashed. Let's go get myself some new wards. Oh, wow, that's an interesting time to drop Herald. Pull it out. Just gonna go for a passive rotation, and I'm gonna go and try to throw my ultimate onto the team back here somewhere. Let me just hide away. Really completely useless here. I'm inting for that, and it is not worth it. So the idea is to give out as much damage as possible and hope that it's enough, but clearly it's not going to be. Putting myself in risks away for that. Very, very, very dangerous. What I want is for a fight to break out where I can cast my ultimate while they're all bundled up on like Janna shields and go from there. Now, let's see. We've got a lot of healing. Normally next item's going to be either like Oblivion Orb or generally good Cosmic Drive. So if I want to just be moving around the map, Cosmic Drive's can help me a lot. Oblivion Orb is best for like matchup specific things when they have a lot of healing. They've got Lysandra, they've got Janna healing, Briar healing. Poppy has Grasp. So there is like a pretty solid amount. Also, Morellonomicon's a very nice item to get in general. It's dead. Not dead? Dead. Dead? Conflagrate. Alright. He's melted. Hey, oh my god, that guy one-shots me now. Prowler's Claw. We've been talking about that ever since Inception. That thing is dangerous. I can't believe... Alright, so that means that they definitely have vision back here. This was turned off. I have to be careful. Maybe it does mean Zhonya's because of this guy. Maybe Banshees? Is me staying alive important? Probably, because we're talking about Triumph procs, Lysandra drones. Probably a lot of reasons to want to stay alive, so maybe we should actually be here. Big heals, big damage. Fortunately, she went for a 0 damage build. Also, she has the anti-heal, so maybe I don't need to go mine. Maybe I'll just go Oblivion Orb. I don't like it when they have vision behind my head. Now, I don't need to clear this one, but a little bit changed. Let's see if there's a visual effect to this. They can see me now, but it's only for 2.5 seconds. So now if I go over like this, they shouldn't have any idea. The Ziggs is in an okay spot. I'm going to go put out... These are the losing wards. Putting a wall at my back. Not the smartest thing. Not here. Can't really go for this, guys. I did the thing again. I cast my W early in the rotation. I want it to be later. I'm just inting here. Kind of just inting here. A lot of damage, but it's just not going to be consequential. Going after this, clearly just a bad play. That shouldn't happen. Alright, she's going to start dealing damage again. Get away with W, Briar. I'm going to do this. So our job is spreading damage around. Go. I go for this big Hallelujah ultimate. Geronimo. Peace. It is a norms game, which means that they're going to freak out over a dragon. Everyone's going to want to go here. It's probably kind of suicidal right now. My team is coming back, and they probably just recalled, but no, there we see that someone is over that wall. I'm just going to do this. Past it. Question, though, is how much trouble am I going to get in to go forward here? have to just like walk my way forward. So scary, guys. Okay. Oh, he's stunned. Did my job. Ah, what is that? Beautiful is what that is. Oh, they're jumping over. They're chain CCing. They're chain inting. No, we don't have enough damage. Fiora is on the top side of the map. But we're okay. Does he still have smite? He has to be very careful here about this Poppy. This is who you have to go. Don't go for the dragon. Alright, he had his smite. Perfect. Alright, now it turns out that Fiora is actually just fine being over there. Do we finish either of these? No.
Shut down.
I mean, people are dead. We 100% should be doing this. Out of mana. She's got no more pushing power. Got this. You never want to do that. Okay, let's get a spell rotation out for him. No, 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 no. I did not want it. Oh, and misplays. Alright, well, I zoned. I could have been better off. I did get Dark Harvest. I'm going to be okay, but kind of sucks. Now, that's what I was talking about before. The extra 0.4 seconds that I'm getting off the cooldown does matter for my attempts at throwing it out. This is the one I tend to be casting more often. It's also 45 extra damage on a shorter cooldown. But also the ablaze damage, take that huge extra percentage. So it's interesting, right? Do I want to shoot more Qs? Or do I want to deal more damage in the massive fight? Well, probably gauge on how many frontliners I have. This game we have Olaf, kind of. And Fiora, maybe. Rapid fire cannon. Unfortunately, she's still going with the low damage build. I do want to get this ward down right away. This is one of those cases where we're going to talk about the Q into the E. You go with the extra range. Save it for the carry whenever you can. I would have preferred to get a ward really far up there. I didn't. Walking into these bushes should be safe for a moment, but going any further is probably suicide. I just want to have some amount of vision as they move over into this wooden vicinity. They know? They probably know about me. I have to dip out. Alright, we have decent wards for seeing their rotations. She's burning. God, that burst is insane. I could have repositioned. Could have done a couple other things. Ultimate's coming in. This is going to be a problem. Obviously, Briar 1v2ing right here is not ideal. Olaf is absolutely massive, though. He's full build. The only problem is that they're getting stronger and he's not. I thought I was going to win that. Even 17-13. Cut down. Extraordinaire. If I had space better, I would have been okay. Didn't expect to die on the duration of that 1Q. Yours looking. Hey, you didn't get riposte. That would have been a fight changing. It's okay. So if I'm Fiora, absolutely trying to practice my ripostes here because clearly not gating his performance based on that. Olaf is raid boss mode. Unkillable Demon King. I'm in on this. I'm down to F. This Lysandra, I can't lock you down. Look at that reach, guys. Trying to block as much of the damage as possible. Did my job, guys. Should be burning to death. Maybe not. So if you're a tank, I mean, in a support in general as well, but as a tank specifically, you want to block as much of the damage sources as possible. Lucian, you're trying to tank parts of his R. You're trying to get in the way of animations like Poppy's. Interesting choice for Olaf here. He can't actually get stronger. He's already full build, so he doesn't get anything from coming out here and like shopping. Guns. I'd like to be able to get more vision right in here. I think Olaf just wins this by himself anyways. Gucci. That's an end call, guys. That's an end. That is not a dragon call. Feel like it yet? Fair. A man wants to have his fantasy. Alright, 100% end call right there if you guys want to play for winning. Do I survive that one extra moment? Is Vigilant Wardstone actually better than this? It might be. 560? I think we're going to go there. Anti-heal's fine, but yeah, full build Zhonya's, this is everything for us. Boots could turn into Cosmic Drive, potentially, maybe. I think the extra 45 move speed is going to be more important to me, but I'm just going to be walking up behind Olaf at all stages right now. 23 stacks, we certainly slowed down by a lot here. Actually worth flashing forward here. Bring it to your teammate, please. Thank you. Stuns. Flash. Lock you up. Okay. Yeah. Briar. Olaf's going to carry, though. Turns out Fiora was the hidden gem. Zig's not even trying to join right now. This could have been really easy. That's okay, though. So things, what did I do well? Well, I didn't get Zhonya's off right there. Didn't drop Wardstone in the middle of the fight. Didn't drop wards at all, so I don't even have those bonuses going for me. Got in range of Briar as they were engaging. That's a mistake. Could have gone for QE at max range again. Got tunnel visioned on trying to hit people coming out of stasis rather than just doing my job. So there is like so much that I can be doing way better this game. Obviously that will amount to some amount of death total change. Hold on, Chain CC'd. He's got a big W. He's kiting. He's trying.
Shut down.
Shut down. Alright, meanwhile, Ziggs dutifully pushing the wave. 1W, execute. But that W is going to get you killed because now you don't have the satchel charge to get out. So, now we have to do this. Fiora did not manage to finish killing this either. Alright, shallow wards. This one. This one. Right outside that range. Alright, where are they going to come in? Are they going to come in right here? I'm not going to chase this kill. But if they come over towards Caitlyn, I want to be able to have some amount of impact. Beautiful. I tried to zone this again a little bit late. Obviously something I can do better. Talked about the fingers being lubricated, especially on these old hands. Those synapses are very, very slow for me. I am not choosing well which order of spells to go, whether or not I want the maximum range for the first spell on the W, or whether or not I want it to be a big follow-up of damage, whether or not I want to go QE or EQ. Oh, we've got the 1v5 fantasy. He changed out. He's for Death Stance. 1v5. Turns out you get outscaled. And now we've got a big problem, folks. big problem. This, by the way, always included, especially as a mage. The extra ability power, the ability to get the extra ward stones, having 2 out in play also, just a huge trip. Okay, I'm dead. It's going for minions. I did get it off, so it will deal some amount of damage. In fact, might even be enough. Diana's out of the fight completely, but doesn't matter. We're staggering our deaths. Another time that I got jumped on from outside of the range that I was expecting to, Briar gets on me. I can't do anything about it. I need to preempt the spells, make sure that they're ready against her.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Executed. Enemy is legendary. Defeat.
Loading. Still loading. Okay. Apparently we don't get to participate in post-game. Oh, there it is. I should have given it to Ziggs for Snow Day skin. Still manage this. Let's see. Damage. We got all right. Dark Harvest. Where'd we get there? 27 stacks. Of course, the ones at the end don't really matter. Ghost Poros spawn. Enemy spotted. 13% of the time. So who did we not kill? I guess there's someone that we didn't kill for most of the game. Cut down was a lot of extra damage, but not really that much. Total bonus damage, that's pretty low considering the length of this game and where we're supposed to be going. Kind of makes sense based on those fights at the end. I was not dealing damage because I was dying so quickly. Laning phase was going fantastically, but then for the rest of the game, basically show up, die was the narrative. All right, I will be right back. I'm going to go get a bite to eat. And we'll go in. We'll see if we can get some Tom Kench games. Alright, we're back. How's brand for you? Mid in lane and atrocious after lane. Yep. Huh. Twitch stream looks like it's live, but dashboard is like 15 minutes behind. Countdown. Count up. Yeah, we're good. At least on Twitch is working. All right, let's see if we get some Tom Kench action. Or Shen. We might just skip over it. Tom Kench is going to be that much weaker in that lane. 'Such volatile changes, guys. Insane. How much? Look at the bot lane win rate. Early on. Small sample, right? It's exciting. Branded definitely did not get nerfed. $259 games is teensy tiny. Oh, don't you want to pick Ezreal? Is a Yasuo. Okay. Double armor. We talked about this before. If you're going for double armor, you can go with extra scaling right away by getting this. Double armor, just whatever is good in the lane is always be good. Shield bash will give me the most combat stats. Second wind plus revitalize is going to give me the most actual stats. Overgrowth, the most scaling. Unflinching is the best for the team fighting if it's relevant. Triumph kind of says, hey, let's go team fight a lot, right? Kind of plays into this wheelhouse of the heals and shields. See what the rest of the guys are. See whether or not we get some of Heartsteel. What's up, guys? Ziggs. Okay. It's actually difficult to tell what we're dealing with. We could have anything from Ziggs Yasuo bottom to Swain Ziggs bottom. We could have Yone Yasuo bottom. So we really aren't sure. So we're going to go like this. Also, our late game splits mostly against Magic, even though most of our like head-to-heads would be here in the side lane. So we're going to go with MR, and we're going to try to stay away from that head-to-head situation. Oh, flat. Sorry, I missed it. What would we do? First strike to scale up, get the most endgame damage. Again, it's tough to know what the lanes are for, so I would generally go Conqueror because it's the best, most stable rune that you can just use at every stage. We ended up with double AP on here. Probably made the most sense. Swain and Ziggs. You just never know with these Yasuo Yone pickers whether or not they're working together. Alright, so we haven't tested. We did a lot of Doran's Shield yesterday. We didn't do any Cloth Armor 4, and that's potentially what's going to be best here. So let's just go like this. We'll go for a rush Sunfire Aegis to try to dominate here, get the push. The early resistance will help me a lot in the lane phase. Not going to get many more stacking abilities though, because we're dealing with the people in my lane. Ziggs ult, Swain W, Swain E if he comes for a roam. Yasuo has the shred on his ultimate. Even Yone has some magic resist. So definitely it's going to be a big Abyssal Mask game. Amplifying damage for Ezreal, Blitzcrank, and Gwen. Bami's Cinder is going to be mandatory, and I can go for Heartsteel since I'll have a mix from the resists after that. Hook. We should have enough continuation. Hey, how come where did my have another Q? I tried to wait. Oh, I tried to tank that for him actually. I'm gonna keep vision for him, so if he wants to go for a hook, he can go for it. It's done.
A summoner has disconnected.
All right, fun little rampage there. All right, I think I have to let this guy get all the way into me. But you know what? We're in a game, we're in a Norms game where we're supposed to be limit testing, right? So. I think stat check wise, we're just going to be really good here. He does have exhaust. Alright, so we're not affected with the melees. Here's where we're going to see though. Alright, Q does not. Wow, Q doesn't even one shot anymore. That is a big change. Oh, that's a miss. Like we said, it's a huge problem if we miss. So that's one of those things that we were talking about earlier where you want to lubricate and get used to those firing patterns. Wow, 2? I thought they changed it to 70%. You only need a 70%. That was 2 out of 4 though. It's supposed to be 70%. Where's the game start stuff? I need to get Braum onto my game start. Such a good. I mean, just jives with me, man. See how Facebook. All right, let's see how YouTube and Facebook. What's up from here? Nice. 1,200 new subs since the start of Worlds. Thanks, guys. All right, this is where we are meant to be. Sure. This spiked every single day. It just went up and up and up. Pick rate, win rate just went up. And the fact that it stayed relatively, like, it goes down as new people start playing it, and then it goes back up as those people start getting better at it. And especially when it starts spiking in Diamond, that's when you know you've got a problem. And the champion, when it actually gets picked up in Diamond, despite all of the inadequacies that it comes with, the fact that it still does well there is usually very indicative. Yeah, so look at this. This is interesting. We said health would probably be better in most cases. Does seem that way. Obviously, getting magic resist, it's a bit better stat, 8 versus 6. So when it's relevant, you want to get it. But the health makes sense playing with the kit. Attack speed makes sense. You play with the kit. You don't need extra this. You just want extra health because it plays for the same way. Grasp, interestingly, doing much better than everything. Glacial Augment. No, Glacial Augment. Oh, it's kind of bizarre. Normally you don't want this on stuns so much because it's the roots that get the most value out of it. Because roots, they can hit you back, and at least they're in the frozen field. In the stun, they're just in the frozen field stunned. It doesn't matter. And it's okay for duo lanes, especially if they're going to be on top of each other. Makes sense that the generic best performing one is the best scaling one. Scaling off of health as well. All right, sweet. We get to play against Renekton. This is going to be, that's an interesting team comp already. This is problematic. Double support for Vayne with Renekton to dive on top. So if they had like Orianna right here, this would be a Worlds style composition, although their bot lane is complete mess. All right, I don't know if we got to change anything there at the end. I'd like to be double armor. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm still... Why is my stream still called Micro Monday? Changed it. State titles. WTF. Come tune in to Micro Monday. Oh, it is what it is. Alright, Renekton, we ended up with a Scion. Alright, so they end up with a couple beefcakes to go along with this team comp. It's actually kind of fine. Don't mind it. Also solves some of their problems for the setup. So what did we want to go over? We wanted to test some other limits about what we could get away with in the top lane, especially if we went like this, to go with an early Bomby Cinder. Alright, it's Renekton who's awful at level 1, so we're just going to get behind him.
Minions spawn.
2, 3, 4, 5 champions. That's 5. Tom Kench wants snacks. I wouldn't mind coming over to this, but I can also be happy catching Renekton on his way over. If he's late and he decides... So he's going to recall. I might be able to go fight him between the turrets. That would be a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Minions have spawned.
So he's going to be way behind the wave. I could grab the wave, put it back into the bush, and then have it push towards me. I could even grab the wave long enough to go into this bush and have my wave crash. He would get no resources. Very, very tempting to do that. We're going to do it. This is a something you can't do on everybody. All right, we're going to hold this wave for a little bit. Now we're going to let it go. And now we're going to challenge Renekton to come to lane. I could have held this longer, but instead what I'm getting... Oh, he jumped ahead of me? How did he do that? Shit, foiled my plan. All right, not just this, but now I've put it in like a nice safe pocket for him. Actually, don't even want to attack him right now. I want this wave to push to me. I'll play for level 2, and then I'll try to fight back right there. You missed. Yeah, occasional nods, because I want to be able to thin the wave when it's time. He already used his potion? He crazy. Alright, you know what? He's actually just going to go for a straight up shove. This is too early. I can just hold this pocket right here. Alright, now his lane phase is kind of unplayable. JK. That's the difference between Doran's ring, Doran's shield, by the way. So a couple things that could have gone better. Obviously, had a good idea with the trapping the lane, but he got across me somehow. Now I'm going to have a level spike playing against him for the rest of the laning phase. Going to be hitting all of our benchmarks. Now, he may have gone for a cheaty recall, knowing that that was coming under his turret, but now I get to play with this aggression. We're also going to have Bomby Cinder shortly. Now, this guy has an E, so I want to be a little bit more judicious with my potential for Q into W. Beautiful. What do I want with this? Garvin's on the bot side. He's pathing towards top right now, so there's a ward right here, but that doesn't mean that he can't jump over this wall right here. He knows. I'm actually getting kind of close to being in risk of 100 to 1. 100 to 0, because it's not 100, right? If he lands his EQ, then I land mine. Alright, we got flash. And we get the wave settling where we want it, so this is going to be a win. Alright, Mr. Renekton, what you gonna do? Leave this lane with me, or come fight me when I have a Bomby Cinder? think he used his teleport earlier, right? Like, based on the time he came back, wasn't charging it, was looking at other elements right then, but that's the sort of thing that you definitely want to do once you're at the expertise level where you really want to try expressing. I think I can just fight you here. I'm gonna keep fighting you, bro. Hey, he dashed. Okay. Not a free win. I couldn't get my E off. Locked myself up in an animation. Obviously not what I'm trying to do. Now, a couple options. Do I finish Sunfire? Do I start building towards other things? Do I start going for Heartsteel? Conceptually, most times I think I would finish Sunfire right here. I don't know. I'm going to need the health. I'm going to be able to bonk into Scion all day long later. He's got no teleport, so we're going to hard shove this. It is a cannon wave, unfortunately. If I want to deal the most damage to the turret, then I'm absolutely going to go and kill the casters first. Because I want my HP totals to be as high as possible, right? I want this to deal the most amount of damage to the turret. I have to give him a tough choice now. Does he go for the wave? I could go up and go for more, but there I got what we wanted here. Waves pushed in, have been able to proxy, could go for a gank onto Scion, could try to ward this. It is 7 minutes. This is a pretty common thing that we like to do. I'll look at this Scion here. Could actually jump on that. Might have even gone for a kill. Maybe should have gone for that limit test, but would have, you know, at best, I'm maybe killing him, and at worst, I'm just dying for free, so not a trade that we need to go for. We did actually lose 3 melees. That means I need to go a little bit deeper. You know what? My timing was off. Because I went for that little bit of a proxy, but a little bit of a trade with Renekton as well. Ivern is right here. Can we mess this guy up at all? Maybe just get him to focus on these while we take this? Probably not. Can path over to his raptors. Try to clear that up. Now, I should probably just be trying to bully this guy, right? Even on pickaxe, I'm on Bomby Cinder, I should be okay. Letting this guy get away with this lane phase for free is kind of going against what we're trying to go for, especially like we said. Alright, good QW. I'm happy with that. No, it could happen. I think I'm burning, by the way. When I have that ultimate, I'll have to look at the replay later.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Alright, so boots are clearly going to be these. Might as well do this. Should have done this in the first place. We're going to go with another Ruby Crystal to get the extra health.
Double kill.
We're actually going to go straight here because our wave is already pushing out. Can't do anything to stop it. So we can just use the fact that they need to go show up to that as a chance for us to go get something else on the map. Jarvan, probably not going to be bothered to become any faster, so I'm just going to help him with this. Top lane, like I said, already pushing out. And take this, and then I can ping here. Could also just start this. Renekton looks like he's going to go for a shove. Chain CC, knock up into knock up. Yeah. I like the tongue in the dark. What can I say? Too much? Not enough? Rest of this. Wow, guy's got hands. My man is moving quickly. I tried to catch him in an attack animation, but the min died. Alright, can't really be up this far. Ivern is showing though, so I don't really have anyone to worry about. Could be on a center report, on a center roam timer. So if this guy shows any amount of aggression, I'm going to assume that that's what's up. Alright, here we go. We got our plate. We're going to go proxy. Senna is seeing bottom, so we're good. Now I do this just so I can get out of the lane, get a little shop in. I do want to continue bullying this guy. I'd like to be able to make some plays somewhere. We're looking at a potential for a teleport here, but I don't think we're going to get that. Where has Renekton gone?
Turret plating will soon fall.
Okay, so despite some demonstrable mistakes, a lot of opportunities, obviously we should continue crushing this matchup. We're not doing too shabby. A lot of things that we can do better. Okay, still last hitting here. Will be interesting to see if we can still do it on just a Kindle gem. We aren't going to put points in the W because it's not a range matchup. I'm not worried about this guy poking me out. I'm worried about his all-ins. Did not need to give up that CS. Gotta space in a little bit. It's a little bit of just limit testing my own mechanics, trying to practice that little range, try to get him in Bin style the way that Bin did to Doran, or Doran tried to Gragas body slam him in that window. Control word I do not recommend. Especially as Renekton, right? Like, you almost just want them to spend time diving you. This is my chain CC. All their stuns. We're free. Oh baby. 3-1, 2 ultimates. Yes sir. Actually gonna play a little bit safe though, because we did get chunked out. Would have been sick to get an ultimate there at the end.
Shut down.
And yeah, we're sitting on Heartsteel now. That's gonna be a good time for us. Now, not having demolish almost means that I just shouldn't even try to do this thing. I have a tough decision actually to make. You know what? I'm gonna solve it for myself. This guy has Gore Drinker. Should I limit test this? I guess I should, right? I'm feeling pretty good here. That was my ultimate though. We can get an HP lead here. Start tagging on these minions so that they hurt less if I do trade back onto them. Now this isn't necessarily good practice, right? I can't necessarily say that I'm just crushing Renekton, right? Because he's choosing not to fight me. Now it's probably true, but I'd like to get a little bit more better data, especially since he has like Gore Drinker, Merc Treads. I'd like to see what this all-in is like, and this guy's not giving it to me. I would much prefer to play against someone who wants to give me that challenge. That we can get some better info off of. We're going to teleport up top since the lanes are set. We have just mild rotations going on.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
And we'll look for the rest of the cheer. Nico getting some good damage. Makes sense because we've got a lethality. Oh, hello. Main CC. Alright, that's it. I don't have anything else, guys. See? They hunting? I could go for a dive. Diving's fun. I feel bad now because I have my ultimate. That would be a fantastic time to practice that interaction. Especially since they can dive and I can devour. Instead, we don't get that. We'll practice on QW. Now this, for example, this is me trying to win when I could be trying to learn. That's why this, you know, I regret this choice. Yes, I've got this. Congratulations, go me, but at what cost? I cost myself a meaningful rep. And I won't get that back, you know? Very hard to recreate those situations when you're playing in normal games, or when you're learning a new champion. You absolutely want to take advantage of them. So I definitely regret not doing it myself.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Limit testing. I'm burning. Yeah, it's definitely burning. Ooh, he gets that off. Hey, he had the stun back up. Alright, see? We got some meaningful practice in right there. The fact that I devour him while he's on his ultimate means bad news for me, for sure. Gore Drinker's going the entire time, right? He comes out, he gets extra activations. The fact that I spit him out with Merc Treads, he was able to dodge out in time. All of those things are meaningful changes we can make. And like when we talk about the item difference, it was pretty close, right? We're very, very close. He had Doran's and 2 swords, whereas I had this. So he had a 50, you know, a 150 gold advantage plus a Doran's item, which is pretty significant, but it's definitely worth considering. All right, lean into your strengths. what we want to do is get into team fights and try to pick fights together with Jarvan 4, especially be a front man for this Misfortune and Veigar. Unfortunately, we have... Hey, I missed. Oh, he's going ult. Thanks, I don't want it. I probably mishandled that, actually. Almost definitely. So, Renekton's taking the aggro. I basically just bailed him out by ulting him. I just wanted to get it off, but probably just saved him from certain death anyways. Yeah, I have to assume that that was just bad. Alright, movement around the map, that's clearly paramount for me. Am I going to need to match side lanes? Not really. Extra resistance is not great against this guy. Extra crit resistance is reasonable. Certainly the best thing that's going to scale me up is going to be this. Whether or not I actually go into Dead Man's Plate versus something else, I don't know. Could go Thornmail. There's a decent amount of healing. Yeah, Thornmail actually makes a lot of sense. Could just take Baron here. My team won't. We also have a Veigar, so it's going to be kind of difficult, but we'll practice on QW. And like I said, small windows. They're trying to step up here. I want to try to flank these guys. The only reason I'm staying here, by the way, is just for this flank. This is not that I think getting Rift Herald is good here. But we'll put a ward here and another one right here. See if we can get an avenue on these two. Alright. What? They rotated over to top. Okay. Here we go. This is a fight we can have. We need someone else, though. Can't do this 2v3 or 2v4. CC? No? Oh god, that was my own Veigar, huh? That's my E button. Is it just me or does that ring look way bigger on that skin? I shouldn't have put that on his head. Never a proponent for that. Alright, Abyssal. What does Abyssal do? A little bit of Ivern, a little bit of my team's damage. A lot of my team's damage, actually. I think it's going to be secondary to just staying alive here. I do have this. I can no longer get to that ward. I can get to this ward in time. I think we can just go, literally go straight here. They were limping, right? Two. They just teleported to the bot wave. I think we're okay here. Alright, pretty soon I should take out the rule, so Jarvan's gonna go. Stay there. Fun. Hey, Vayne. Do I flash this? I go for it. My team, team fully backed out. I did my job. I got them out. Whether or not I can survive here, we got problems. Yeah. Didn't hit. Ouch. Jump out of vision and then puddle jump. Don't need my evasive maneuvers. All right, I'm very happy right now from a glance how I played the pit. Very happy with it. I will have to go back and double check afterwards though. All about the afterward. Getting pretty big. After this, I'm not going to need any more armor. It's going to start having too much diminishing return. Oh my god. Serious, lady? God, why do people build this champion, man? Support. I'm just going to grab this. This is Veigar. Like, I can throw him into a Veigar wall every single time. Hit? Can she hit? Vaynes by themselves trying to go for a 1v2. Should be a fine play for a Veigar. Riven's in a tough spot. We'll see if we can bail him out. Hit. There's nothing. Yeah, at least get Rylai's or something. Ooh, we missed it. Talked about those being some edge cases we wanted to avoid. Everyone's playing Cosmic Drive now. I think I'm okay here. I was mashing W when I had no W.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Picking up Renekton again, definitely a big mistake. Obviously lost track of my W. I don't know if that lol question mark means like, yeah, like, oh, I feel like Leandres is really good. What are you talking about? There's a chance. There's a chance. People like to go Leandres. I don't know why. Feels really bad. The E is it, but your E doesn't really like get anything else. This guy tried. But it's okay. Like we said, we didn't actually want to spend much effort on that. What was the interaction we wanted to look at? The All-in versus Renekton. Gore Drinker. Yeah, the ult with the Devour. So it's obviously if we're competing, we definitely want to step on the Renekton much more. Okay, is it here? Okay, I got him. Am I bleeding? I'm bleeding, yeah. So 100% his ult's still working. That's definitely the interaction we wanted to see. We wanted to make sure that that was how we thought it was. What was the other thing? Level 1, how did he sneak by me? What did he do? So he came straight across the map and actually just passed this way. Did he actually just teleport? Spectator glitch, 106. Okay, yeah, he can make it there in 22 seconds. He's okay. All right, so this is another thing on me. Seeing last known information on Renekton, he actually came across. Thought about spending more time in the tri-bush, and if I had, I would have... No, I wouldn't have seen him. They came out right here anyways. So grabbing this wave, if you do this, you want to grab it for about another 5 seconds compared to what I did. I did it for just a little bit. This forces the push. But with Renekton having gotten by me, like the whole plan was to try to fight Renekton here. The fact that he got by me means that this was a huge miss for me because I gave him back level 1 and he gets first access to the wave and he gets to stack Fury, all of which are bad situations for your laner. When you're playing against Renekton, you obviously want to keep him down. Alright, so playing for level 2, that's fine. Could we have held this? Now, this is a Doran's shield diff thing. Basically, with the plan going awry, we end up taking a lot of damage trying to hold this poke here. Probably could have just sat there. Wait for him to crash that wave. That way it forces him to kill a cannon wave, set the wave when the wave does rebound. He's talking about a shorter time to escape on the other side. That's where we see the difference in the passive damage. That would have been lethal yesterday. So the idea, the concept behind it, and this is entirely not about the learning process of Tahm Kench, but the idea of trying to create a wave that pushes back to you when you have bottom to top style junglers is that you can create a freeze down in this area to make it so that Ivern can't gank you and Jarvan can. And so we accomplished that all right, especially coming out of this. Renekton could have let that come back. Go for, yeah, he went for a cheaty recall too, and he still didn't get it. Maybe could have punished his cooldowns a little bit better right there. I'm fine with, you know, keeping it in the happy spot right here. Unfortunately, Jarvan didn't get the memo that I told him about this ward, that you wanted to jump over this pit. If you're in this situation, this right here, the only reason, by the way, that I'm continuing is only because it's pulling the minion wave back. And by pulling the minion wave back, we recreate the freeze and it lets me get back. Now, because Renekton shows back up, he opts not to take his back. I end up taking my recall, so I'm very, very happy with my capacity to do that much. Canceling his recall again. This time he does have teleport available, so he will be able to come back. This is also with Bombies, so now this is the point where I'm feeling really, really good about the lane. The health is stacked up. What are we talking about for acquired taste value? Acquired taste is dealing 39 extra damage at 6. 39 at 6. 12. So pretty big jump. Very big jump. That's everything I'm doing. This is the one where we got outplayed. He came back. He walked into the wave. That's actually really impressive by him to realize his XP. Check this out. Right here, he realizes that he's close to an experience. Now, I shouldn't have cast this, knowing that he could have dashed away. If I hit that, dead Renekton. But now right here, he realizes that he can actually go in, kill those 2 minions, gain level 6, and be able to continue the fight. Even if he didn't kill me right off of that Q, the fact that he'd be hitting level 6 and turning on his ultimate would swing that for him easily. That's the one that I definitely want to make sure that I get better. Had the level spike, didn't have the good timer on his XP, and then obviously made my own mistakes. That's what we do. You know, we try to get as much information, try to get meaningful insights, and try to get a jump on what could matter for other games. So clearly, I want to be their level 1. That's a big deal. Doing shenanigans with the waves, maybe not as important as just being their level 1 as Tahm Kench because of all that extra damage that you're missing out on. Probably so far in our, like 10 games, has felt really good at level 1 and has felt really good on first back. So sometimes kits are a little bit, you know, mobile for me. They can harass, they can go for trade values. But once I start stacking that HP, I'm feeling really, really good. We're about 2 hours into the stream, so if you haven't gotten around, if you hadn't had a chance to stand up, get a couple toe touches, whatever it is, squats, Something to move your body, get that range of motion going, body to move, stretches, also improves your gameplay. No matter what you're doing, as long as you're doing something. I recommend a channel called Stay Flexy, or Movement by David, I think is the name of it, but tagline. "5 minutes of stretching a day will change your life." All right, so let's try to build on last game. We've got the big presence on level 1. Play leapfrog. All right, so what things do we want to keep? Well, there's some things like, if level 1 is that dominant, then we should try to expand on things like lethal tempo. Is this actually something, an avenue that we could go on? And if Triumph is good for those all-ins and trying to pick fights, then are we actually supposed to do something like this and just battle people level 1? It's definitely worth investigating. If we're going to be like that fight-oriented, then we definitely want to have fighting-style runes. To go like this, make sure that we're getting the most out of thick skin and out of the passive healing. Certainly going to be playing towards our passive. Early indications are going to be that we might want this to turn into tenacity, and maybe this one as well. Lethal tempo can be the majority of our attack speed. Don't really need to be looking to get many more off. The problem with this is definitely going to be that it doesn't scale into the end game, whereas Grasp does. But if it completely changes the arc of a matchup from a bad one to a good one, by just all-inning early level 1, because we have that acquired taste, then, you know, something to consider. So here's actually a great chance to test it. Grasp gets outscaled by Darius, because Darius has a natural grasp in his kit with his Q and his bleeding passive. He's going to out damage that always. So instead of going Grasp, I can try to fight him this way, use Second Wind and Revitalize to try to battle him. Will be interesting to see. Might come down to the last animation. I might have to do this. Kind of scary to think about going in. Could do Ghost to maybe space him a little bit. This is the sort of matchup that sometimes comes down to whether or not you're in or outside of the arc of his axe, and that can completely swing. So a lot of these matchups, like Poppy, whether or not you're in Q2, Darius, whether or not you're in the sweet spot, Aatrox as well, like those matchups can swing on whether or not you get hit. So there's definitely a reason to consider something like Ghost, right? Ghost would scale into the end game as well, but Darius should be able to keep track of all that for me. But maybe not this time. All right, so let me make another page. Let's start working on Kench. So, presumably, dominant level 1. Well, let's go back to the base. HP scaling, movement gated, needs a mix of HP and resists, will benefit from AP spikes endgame. Jungle, do you have a frontal lobe? Oh my gosh. All right. There's another way to ask that. What else? Gated by a Q cooldown later. R becomes better healing later. E value increase in team fights. That's kind of suggesting that you want to go team fight. Then we can go into the things that we learn about our matchups and the things. So we're just kind of compile the things as best we can here. Dominant level 1 and short trades. Can survive long trades with thick skin. Especially in versus 2. Abyssal Mask is almost mandatory. You have to find a reason to not get it. Bomby Cinder, great first item. Upgraded Boots, also great. So if we're going to go for something like Heartsteel, we probably want to get it after some amount of resistances. I'm the best jungler NA? Shit, that's libel. Tom and I are going to be huge. I was 5 levels on Fiddle last game. We lost. Trust me, fam. Tom and I are going to be huge. No, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean to answer that. All right, do we have a Vlad? Vlad will be another interesting case where we might go for this, where Ghost actually probably feels much better against that champion anyways, since he has the ability to get away. Jungle Cho'Gath. All right, so I'm going to have to set him up. Ideally, I'm going to QW. When I land my W, he'll be able to land his. What other things are we looking for? Prefers... roaming? Probably, because we don't have a huge like setup ability. Yeah, we can W over a wall or something, but we don't have that much to be able to hold down. So we'd have to have someone that could give me that. Now, we do have that in this game. We have Pantheon, but the question will be whether or not it's better for Pantheon to just come to me. All right, I don't think we need Lethal Tempo, especially since it's probably Scion here. Now, since it's Scion as well, we can go for full scaling everything. Could even probably just go for boots like this because we don't have to care about the Scion. It could be Vlad top and Scion mid, and if that's the case, then Scion's equally useless at laning. So they have an awful early synergies for early game, so I'm going to go full scaling. Could try to dominate the lane, but it is a Scion, right? So it would take me a lot of work. I'd have to put myself in an icky position and then get beat. But that said, we're still in the learning phase. It might be worth limit testing, right? And just see. Cho'Gath has 2 slows, so we have approach velocity to go along with it. We're also going Ghost. We don't need the teleport. We want to be able to run this guy down when it's time. We also want to be able to scale into the end game, and Ghost is one of the best at that. Now, we had matchups where we could skip Doran's Shield, but if I want to bury this guy, then I need to do it like this. I think. Maybe I don't. You know what? We're still in the learning process, so let's do this. Let's test limits. Let's see what we can get into.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Dish Platinum, calling from Twitch. What's up? Hey, what's up, my guy? Do you know much about MMR and how it works? Because I've been climbing from Silver 2 to Plat 2, but I've been getting minus 27 and plus 22 with 65% win rate. Yep, I know exactly what that is. Basically, the game thinks that you are overinflated and they are protecting themselves against boosting. So if you're getting boosted, then that's meant to drag you down faster. Basically, you need to prove that you're willing to, or capable of staying up there, right? We're talking 51% win rate. 50 is fine, but it's going to keep on giving you those little penalties as you prove that you don't necessarily belong. You have to prove that you belong since you had a meteoric rise. Anytime that you have a meteoric rise, there's 2 phases. One, it protects against your... it protects itself against boosting, and then it will accelerate based on whether or not it thinks that you're actually at that level. So the game has some metrics that it does to check that. The other thing that can happen is if you lose while you're at 0 LP, it will knock your MMR down without actually knocking your ladder rank down. And so that can be important. Looks like I do win this. Can't wait for him to channel his Q before I stun. There we go, and we get him. I count that as a pretty big win. Hopefully that makes sense. I should not be letting this guy near the wave. I'm about to hit 2. I would like to zone him out. He gets a grass proc and I don't. That's super bad for me. I also don't have Doran Shield, so I have to be a little bit more cautious about this amount that I'm taking. I do have the HP lead. Sorry, I have the XP lead. Ooh, got me through the... Okay, flash down, no big deal. Definitely feels like Doran's fairly important for actually playing that playstyle. Definitely got him super far ahead. Definitely made some mistakes on the next trade, so there's some things I can absolutely be doing better. But you saw the value. If that all-in doesn't go all the way, then the Doran Shield obviously overtakes the value. Now, I could have stepped back and played for more of a farming style, but I want to limit test. I want to see where are we in relation to those kind of matchups. This guy's using Dematerializer, kind of surprising. He'd actually love to keep the lane right here. I just hit that minion, no good. He's getting grass procs off that I'm not, so I'm gonna have to be more judicious about making sure that that works in my favor. Now his full channel time is what, a full second, right? Before it turns into a knockup. That is longer than my channel time on this spell, so I need to be very judicious. Now Cho'Gath is pathing up here as I'm freezing this wave, so this is perfect timing for me. I'm just going to keep on grading these grass procs off. I may even try to go harass him one more time, because that's how we do. Big amount of damage. I have my E available. Oh yeah, I shouldn't have thrown my Q that way. I'm dead? Dead. Hey, I'm not dead. We're gonna be so huge, he says. Now this is a Cho'Gath Scion that needs to teleport back to lane. Alright, so I'm gonna do a very calculated amount of trimming on this wave. I want this wave to completely obliterate this wave and the next one. Now, I think I actually got it wrong by half a minion. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. It looks like I got it wrong by half a minion. I needed to get one more minion dead just a little bit. Either way, it does end up freezing right out here, which is okay. This is like almost best case scenario. Obviously, best case would be me coming back in time for this. But you see that it kind of forces him into this situation where he's stepping up. Now I've got an item lead. I certainly have a damage lead when it comes to just how our kits work.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I was going to say hallelujah. I felt like I almost got them all there. So if you're wondering like what to do about being stuck like that or getting those negative losses, just be patient. It'll come back. Basically, the game's saying, all right, you're really high. Congratulations. We just want to make sure that you actually belong here. Again, you can't always control the gains, but what you can control is how well you play, how well you focus. Just keep having fun, playing games, winning games, doing your best. Don't worry about the gains and the losses. As long as you're at 51%, you'll keep on climbing. Let's see, I could get more information and better information before going forward here. This is kind of on instinct. Perfect timing? No, not perfect timing. Like I said, Actually, almost impossible to make that happen perfectly. This is a losing situation. I don't mind having taken this chance. But now I need to GTFO. Not going for it over the wall. I'm going to be okay. Now he's actually losing this all over his turret, so I'm totally okay with this result. Didn't get my Demolish proc off is the only thing I'd like to do. And that's the one thing about having Balmy Cinder. If you're going this route, maybe that's something I need to consider, whether or not I can actually go for that or not. As always, don't wait. Don't wait, especially if you have Dorn Shield, don't wait to leave the base. This guy's going for an early Heartsteel. This guy's going to be absolutely massive. Good job, Karthus. He's getting much better backs off. This lane could be much easier if I didn't take that risk at level 1, but I'm glad I did, right? We saw the interactions in place. We saw that, like, yep, it is exactly as good as we thought it would be for threat. But if it doesn't end the fight, then we have to be worried about whether or not we actually get out of that situation. We see Kha'Zix. Means that we can go proxy this next wave.
An enemy has been slain.
Could eat him. I think I'm just gonna walk away here. I actually just missed a plate. We get extra damage off on the champion. Very happy with that situation. Also, we get our Sunfire, and now we're going to be much happier battling against him. So we see, like, by taking these extra limit tests, we see how much advantage we can go for. Right? Can we take these fights? And it turns out that Sion is not a kill threat to me at all, right? We get a certain stage where we just mitigate enough of his damage. So I can go by, I can proxy waves every single time that I see enemy jungle on the bottom half of the map. Or if my mid laner has prio, then I can go for those sort of trades. Now he's actually buried himself in this lane. Trying to hold the wave. I can't do it. They just randomly int sometimes. Alright, we've got 3 versus 3. That can start stacking up. What I really want to do is stop him from getting his recall off. I may have missed my window. Can go do this. Not what I wanted at all. Ult down. Do I count that as a big win? Is he using his... is he leaving? I went Ghost Flash. It needed to be Flash Ghost. He got his extra animation off. Obviously super risky to do that. Going up here, regret it. Don't need to do it again. We talked about seeing Kha'Zix on the map before wanting to do a play like that anyways, and we didn't fill our own parameters.
An ally has been slain.
13 times used to 16. All right, we're stacking up a little bit of a lead here. Okay, I like it. Have to be careful with the Kha'Zix though. There's the chomp though. Won't be big. He's got his Heartsteel already. God, Cho'Gath. This is the second time we've seen this champion do such a thing. Just completely take over a match like this. Cho'Gath has a very weak early stage of the game, but you kind of need to punish him. So in champions like Nasus, Cho'Gath, Yorick can be very effective in early games in low ELO, because chances that they actually punish you for the things that they should, pretty low. What's up, Ka? Guy does not have a stack up. It's in 15 seconds. You flashback over that wall? My goodness. Hey, there I was trying to think about whether or not there's another case of trying to win versus trying to learn. Now if he ever channels his thing again, I just stun him in the face. You can see without Demonic Embrace, I just don't deal a meaningful amount of damage here. Dark Harvest stack. Come up here, get my Demolish proc. See it. See it. Lux sees it. Had a clean escape in that bush too. Which one? The one where I could have gotten away from the Kazakhs or didn't? Or the one where I did?
Turret plating will fall soon. Dominating.
God, the difference between having Sunfire for push and not is tremendous.
An enemy has been slain.
Alright. I don't know what happened. I like got foggy for a second. Maybe I don't know. Something weird just happened. I feel good. I feel okay.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Alright, we can't prevent any of this. We can prevent some of this. We have mostly on hit and physical damage, so it makes sense to go there. Going slow might be good. We've got a slow, a slow, a slow, a slow. Maybe it's one of these games where we go for that one. Could also go cooldowns. Let's see if this is right for this game. The one where he W'd away from the Scion during the tower dive, we're recalling in the Krug bush, and then went back out anyway. Back in or back out? It's gonna feel really good here, playing against Scion.
An ally has been slain.
Okay. Not gonna ult him. Not gonna kill steal either. I want to go for a grass proc though. Definitely want to go for a grass proc. We're also gonna go for a demolish here. Back out of the bush. You face check the tri-bush in case 6 inside and killed you. Okay. Yeah. I'll have to go back. I can't figure it out right now.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Alright, how do we do... Oh my god. These guys got obliterated. I want to keep on fighting Scion, but I do also want to get some chance to fight against a Kraken Slayer Kaisa and see what happens. Alright, lean into your strengths, they say. Do it. Flash, team's engaging on Vlad, we're good. I created some peel. guys. You need to worry about me jumping over this wall. Ideally, they get hit by something, and then we go for it. Huh? Yeah. Big hits. Another Herald. Cho'Gath gets to stack it up. This guy's huge. Dude, we've seen Cho'Gath jungle just completely run games. What's up, Lulu? You're gonna regret that one. Hey, okay, fine. I'll kill your little friend. Limit test. That's right. Alright, they're hunting for me. They are hunting. Not gonna get me. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Never gonna get it, never get it. Never get it, never get it. You want the stack? Alright. The snack is a small thing, and honestly, he actually has the cooldown ready for this one anyway, so he's completely right to not try to wait that one out. He could drop it mid right now, have it going. They have staggered recalls. I should be using my W to traverse the map for sure. And one of the things I do want to get better at is using spacebar with this champion. No, really? We bailed? Okay. I thought we had a good chance of having a really good time in that fight. Certainly getting them low enough where Karthus could ult. Alright, do we skip this and just go for Warmog? Abyssal Mask will affect 3 different people on my team. Also be a resistance here. Staying kind of an argument for going elsewhere with this. Lean into our strengths, guys. Want to be in this pit, and if we want to be in the pit, then we want to be sweeping. We want to be able to go over here. I'm going to prove that dragons are inconsequential this game. Although, they did buff the soul. Alright, everything is swept. Vlad is down bot. That's a free ass Baron. 100%. No. Alright, Karthus can go match and has an ultimate. That's fine. That's almost as good as being here to deal your normal damage. Cho'Gath E does a lot of percent max health damage. She's out of wards. We saw her place them, right? She might just be completely out. But pretty soon it's my job to go out and cover around 2400 health is where I'm going to do that. Actually, we can do it a little bit sooner because it's Cho'Gath. We can go out here and start blocking, zoning. That was fun.
Dominating.
1100, they say.
An ally has been slain.
Bunchy bunchy. And we get our 1100. Comparing this item to Warmogs, by the way, Warmogs was way, way, way better. They're basically the same thing. You can compare them, sorry, you can compare them. Yeah, right here. 800 health, so it's less money, same health, same base health regen. You get 10 extra haste with this one, and you get that on-hit effect. Whereas Warmogs has like a completely game-altering ability to sustain through sieges. But one stacks, right? So that's what feels pretty mythical about it. Let's try to time this. Ah, perfect. That window for himself. Also got a Heartsteel proc, everything. And siege, guys. Let's you know what? I'm just gonna follow Karthus. Karthus doesn't want to group, that's fine, we'll go follow Karthus. He turned back. Yeah, he turned back. Oh. Pretty sure I can just walk in on this guy. I Lux through the spell. I got confused. That's on me. I missed my Q. That guy's dead. I don't need to touch him. Important thing about playing with Karthus is realize where the kills are and go spread out your damage as much as possible. Got 26 seconds left on the Baron. We've got a Demolish proc. I'm not positive that this is better here. Joe's going for the dragon. I don't like that at all. But it does mean that we're going to have some alone time here. Oh. Can't have nice things. We'll have some alone time here.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Now we're dealing with respawn, so we probably have to GTFO. We get nothing. We got nothing by splitting up. Except for a very slow dragon. He was saving his stack, okay. I shouldn't have walked to there. That put me in division. Hey, I hit you. I have to be careful with this lady now. I don't know that it was worth using my flash there. Hey, oh, I used my... I definitely just used my E. Alright, is it armor time? Is it Abyssal Mask time? Abyssal Mask would solve a couple problems and also give my team tons of extra damage, especially the people who are playing from ahead, so that makes a lot of sense. Could also go with Turbo Chem Tank. Can we survive just jumping into a fight? I think so. Big hit. What's up, baby girl? How you doing? Just want to say hi. $31 seconds. I mean, we have enough time to push in between that for sure. Get a big demolish proc off before we go over. Oh. Let's seize. I want a grass proc and I want a heart steel proc. See you. I'm doing my job, bro. As long as Karthus is there, I need to be there. They can go for this. Pantheon should be on the outside with me. Very inconsequential damage to the buff, just like I do. Instead, I can be on the outside, trying to peek. Now, Kha'Zix could try to scoop by me. Maybe I shouldn't even be in the grass. Maybe I should just be starting to take this more aggressive position. I'm gonna start looking at my flank because my team's gonna go for empowered recalls. I want to be in position already behind them. In fact, I can cut this wave. You just ult. You just ulted. Okay. Oh, big damage. Alright. Definitely miscommunication, though. Hey. What's up? Big fights? My name's Tom Kench. I like to fight. Bam! Oh, the flash. Alright, do I just tank this turret? It's tempting. Very tempting to just tank the turret. If I had full health and if I had Gargoyle Stone Plate, then I'd be much happier to do that. Gonna take a big chunk of damage. Oh, you know what? I didn't even need to do it anymore. Shit. I just cost myself like 400 health. Alright, I'm gonna chill right here. Wait. Now we're just gonna end? Am I just I can't end. I'm just griefing Triumph procs.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh, Graph. No Abyssal Mask. Rip. Got the knowers. Alright, this wave is pushing. You know what? I probably just wanted to be part of the buff fight here. Can I make this jump? I think so. Yeah. I'm numb. Alright, people are recalling, so I actually want to slow down my push. This is actually a perfect wave, though. It's stacking up. It's on our half. It's going to fight theirs, but on our half. So I just go up and give it a little love tap. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Don't shove. It's bad. All it's doing is... Yeah, we have Baron. We do want to push, but we don't want to shove. Because shoving just puts this wave... Look how far ahead of all of our other waves this is. So every time that you shove this, now you create this problem where it's like, alright, what next? So now we have our double stacked wave. Now it's like, okay. But still, we would have preferred to be this far further away from them. Now they have 2 people dead. So getting this one to the turret, that's going to be fine. Again, generally not something you want to add to your process when you're trying to learn a champion. Because you don't want to be thinking about anything that's not part of the necessities of your kit. You do want to be able to limit test what things can you actually get away with. But it definitely does not want to be something that's going to distract you. Okay. Oh yeah, I threw him out onto the stun. I'm an idiot. Just can't stay in front of him though. Block him from Kaisa damage. Just going for big grass procs. Big. Oh, she went invis. Alright, that was a limit test. I wanted to go for how big of a shield bash proc could I go. I definitely inted the Cho'Gath by throwing him into that stun, and if I didn't do that, we would have been A-okay in this situation. Now, I got this sort of without thinking last time. Warmog's obviously a huge part of the kit. We have a little bit of resistances in both directions. This would be the window where if we were going into those AP items, we'd want it. So Demonic Embrace and then like Rabadons. Makes a ton of sense. Maybe we'll just go this path. What's the timer on our inhib? I did not track it. See, I think we have one more wave. Unless we had a rebreak there and I just didn't see it. The reason I'm pushing this up is because I want to match with the wave that we already have going up there. Coach Rogue calls this a tempo line, right? So we want this tempo to match that tempo. Don't need anything in the bot lane. That's kind of erroneous. Now I want to fast push, and again, I'm going to focus on these things for pushing because they deal the most damage to my wave. They're absolutely the thing I want to get rid of. Now this is going to be in their base while my team is going for this, so now I can step over and be in a position where I can threaten both things at once. Now it looks like my team's just going to get that for free. I could just run over there. I could just play defense for the mages as well. I'm going to body for the Scion. Wait, they got a kill here? That's awkward. Free chomp. Punching on a Lulu. Pantheon comes in. We're good. We're good. We're good. Puddle hop and... Oh man, you found. Hemophiliac. So am I thinking of a hemophile? All right, let me go find this moment. You're talking about a time that I died, right? What's the term? What's the word for love of blood? It is hemophilia. But hemophiliacs are people who need it. Incorrectly inferred the meaning? No. Hemophilia? I mean necrophilia. Everything philia. Love of blood, yeah. Yeah, vampires are definitely hemophilia. It was a name suggested for the disease by medical treaties in 1828. Okay. It doesn't mean fetish for blood? Okay. I accept. Oh my goodness, what a game. Is this the one? Oh, Kazakh's not nearby. This has got to be the one. Okay. So we have W into the bush. Got you. All right. So we're feeling pretty good about this situation. Sion just wants to back, but then I ended up blocking it. Okay. So what could we have done? Do we have our cooldowns available or no? Yeah. So we were just out. That we had lost track of Kazakhs for sure. I think this is what you're talking about, right? Is there a world where we're ever strong enough here to fight Kazakhs? No. Especially not with ultimate. Well, you can see like how much health we get from this, right? Like that's an insane setup of health. We just need to play around the second queue, obviously, which means not going back in. We need to 100% not be there for that situation. All right, level 1. Very happy with how level 1 goes, except once the second wave comes. So basically what we learned about Ruby Crystal was that it is great for the damage. It is going to be the best source of single single harass and dealing damage, but this doesn't really coincide with the rest of our runes, which apparently I can't bring up. But we have all the scaling runes, right? The extra armor, we've got Demolish. We don't have Second Wind, Revitalize, and Shield Bash. We have the entire left tree, right? So by getting the left side of the tree, we just don't have enough resources left over. You see how small the shield is from the thick skin. When you're in a solo lane, it basically does nothing. You should basically just leave it up and probably only level it into range matchups anyways. But definitely see the benefits of the all-in with Ruby Crystal. Makes sense that we want to go Doran Shield to kind of take over. And if Tahm Kench's identity is to bully, then in fact we want to go over to this. Play with early game runes to bully lane. Makes sense. If that's our identity, is to take over that, then we want to lean into what we're good at. So we have a dominant level 1 and a dominant short trade. We can survive the long trades, especially when they're poking us with thick skin. Abyssal Mask is great. Balmy Cinder is a great first item. I still agree with all of these. Could actually be a world where we just go and start stacking like Giant's Belt, for example, to get the extra health. And maybe Giant's Belt is a huge part of the early game. Haven't tried Demonic Embrace yet. Demonic Embrace would be very interesting because of the AP spikes, although obviously the scaling isn't going to be there. But the threat and the all-in damage would probably be pretty high. So we'll have to see whether or not that does. Out of curiosity, see how many Demonic Embraces have been built early. Okay. Not that many, and it's not doing so. Which makes sense. This is much more of a scaling item. Makes more sense. Balmy Cinder, I definitely love the idea. I think I'm leaning towards Radiant Virtue being the #1 place that we want to be. Because it also works when you ultimate. It's going to put that healing aura. It'll affect the person who's inside. So you'll be able to get that. First Ring Anathema's chains is fascinating. You can reduce their damage by 30%, which is insane. It also has 650 health. Holy crap, maybe we just have to do this. Maybe it's Anathemas. Maybe against ranged champions it's Anathemas. Balmy Cinder Anathemas. Balmy Cinder definitely just has that wonderful bonus of being able to help us push the lane, and that's, I think, paramount. Otherwise, you just get shoved in every time. They go for a trade pattern. The trade pattern also pushes the wave. So Ghost feels really good. Let's swap these runes around. Scaling from here felt fine, although obviously against a Scion, I'm more likely to accept this. I think we're still going to want this. Triumph just feels like it would be really good. You can create those all-ins, go for more fights, get the big healing, especially since it's 5% of your health. That's actually going to be a higher value because of all your extra health. Plus the extra gold if you're going to get for those kills. Now let's see the rest of this. Shield Bash would be big for getting those big wins. We have a Mordekaiser. Okay, that'll be fun. Mordekaiser, so we're definitely here. There is a world where it's just double MR. This is very much about the all-in, right? The Shield Bash, because you generally don't want to cast your E. I'm gonna stay away from it. I'm gonna still go here, Second Wind. Whether or not Revitalize is good. The Demolish is very interesting because it gives us presence on the turrets. We lose some of that with Demolish. Turret plates, however, have gotten so much worse. You're much better just zoning people off with experience, getting item spikes, and trying to play for that. It is a Mordekaiser, so we are not going to go with double MR. It's the only source of magic on their team. Now, my whole team is magic, so Abyssal Mask will gain some value for that. This is probably an Abyssal Mask rush game, although it's still, I think, rule of thumb, always go for Balmy Cinder first. Maybe against range poke matchups. Wouldn't. Now, Abyssal Mask, I expect to have a super high win rate because you're only going to pick it into the situations where it's great. This is going to be one of those where we're going toe-to-toe. Now, if I'm first to it, Also shreds MR, set my Eve, Zareth, and maybe even an Ezreal ult. Can all have fun with it. We saw what it happened when we didn't have Dorn Shield, so we're going to go for that. Although, again, I could be testing. Like, this guy doesn't have as much stats as Sion did. Could come to lane with a Dorn's Ring. And if he came to Dorn's Ring, there's a chance that Ruby Crystal just beats him. That might be the damage swing. But this is, you know, kind of ubiquitous. We also said that we were going to try doing Dark Seal. Maybe we'll work a Dark Seal in.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
It is Mordekaiser. We want to get behind him. It's like Zyra. The shadows dancing is kind of insane. Ghost shadow, that's sort of like really creepy shit. It's like from Ghost. Starting red buff. Generally not a good sign. Generally on Eve you want to start here. Most junglers want to start Raptors, but there are reasons to not. Alright, we've got a Nefarious nearby. Welcome to Earth. Briefed. Guys, outspacing me like crazy. There we go. I finally get a click off. Don't mind these, I don't think. Oh, he has Dorn Shield as well, so never mind. Hey. Get the level 2 spike. We're just going to miss it, and he's going to get it. Okay. Alright, so a lot of clicking that we need to improve on. This is coming back to me. This is fine with a bottom to top situation, right? The wave's coming back towards me. This is fantastic for Eve. I don't need to play for any kind of other limit tests. I'm going to have a better health regen here. I wonder if I could have taken that. Hello. Could have put my potion on, didn't do it.
An enemy has been slain.
What happened here? Hey, oh my gosh, we need to get better at that. Yeah. Alright, thick skin will improve that trade window. The right, Eve. Okay. Wanted to give it to you. I'd like to be able to stay. Leave. I don't have enough mana. Rip. It is 6 minutes. This thing's gonna spawn. I kind of just want to sit here because I really want my Bomby Cinder. This is right outside of range, so it's perfect, and it spawned right at 558. We're good. Let's try a max level jump here. It's not even close to max. Alright, do we one-shot these? It looks like we do. Okay. Yeah, no bonus health items, and we still get the one-shots now. Important thing to note. Gonna miss this? No, we got. Alright, so we have Bomby Cinder. Do we want Bomby Cinder? Do we want... Hey. Right. So... I see Graves down bottom, so I'm free to take any trades I want. This wave, did I overpush it? Maybe slightly. I'm gonna try to block just a little bit, keep it on the outsides. Obviously, it would be better not taking those. Where's the play? Graves is coming over, so I'm probably not that safe to go for... I keep coming this way because Graves might be coming. Wait, is he really not trying to get it done? Okay. Alright, I'm going to try to use my regen to my advantage here. I'm going to show up, make him threat. Really, I just want this wave to come back to me. Graves is starting to come over. Now he's sitting in a more dangerous pocket. I don't know. Maybe it's going to be okay. Maybe it's not. Can I give myself a chance to outplay a Graves? Yeah, looking. What's he looking at? There's a Neferi and an Eve on that Herald. Nice. Alright, more teleports down.
Double kill.
I shouldn't have done it. Obviously, I knew it. Even stay nearby. obviously. Ugh. But my body's still in the air. Maybe I should actually, Megatron Cloak probably would have just been better here. Battling against this guy for the lane phase. This is something that you see at World Stage from Cassantes. They'll buy the early Megatron Cloak, then they'll go into Iceborne Gauntlet, then they'll go into the Abyssal Mask. And I ended up missing the plate anyways, guys. Rip. So that we've got this here. This is for mid lane.
An enemy has been slain.
How did he get out so quick? Is that just something inherent about him? I don't know why. I didn't press R twice, I don't think, unless I double tapped it early. I think so, though. Alright, Graves was able to get early invade. I didn't do anything by not being there at level 1. It means that Eve was left to her own devices, so, you know, it's kind of my fault that she's getting gapped. This is definitely going to be an Iceborne Gauntlet game. A lot of sources for the armor. The armor to matter here also... Also the mobility, right? So mobility is going to be good against the ranged champions, keeping them in place a little bit longer.
An enemy has been slain.
And especially since I'm going to be this big-bodied frontline. Also, the resistances are going to be better for me. I don't need to play Heartsteel being quite as aggressive as it is. Oh, against all these ranged champions, do I... Real big. I don't know why I cast my W. That was never going to work. Aye, she got hit. The blue buff blocked it. I don't know if it even got aggroed first. was funny. Hex Drinker makes sense. Merc Treads makes sense. 1150. There's a world where I just sell that. Never actually tested it whether or not this path is faster. It's probably pretty close. Anyways, the wave being close is what became the tiebreaker for me, whether or not I went for selling Doran Shield or not. I don't need to sell Doran Shield because the wave was close, so I get to go push these two waves anyways. This one will meet up with the one that was pushing out here. We'll just take these, push these two out, and then we'll go and pick up our item. And now I'll start leaning into some team fights.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I don't regret my choice. We gave Ezreal plenty of heads up that was coming. As far as execution, though, didn't get the E off. Come forward, went there, could have dropped the ward, could have gone ward E, could have done the QR trick that we practiced at the beginning of this section.
An enemy has been slain.
Alright, we got this Abyssal Mask. Let's go flex. Let's see if we can just take this guy for all he's worth right now. Can actually just hop behind him and go for a little flank, but he's going to kill this turret, so I don't think he's getting any kind of avenue for that. Actually just, oh, that's good to know. Overjumped the team. Now 10 seconds on Dragon. Graves obviously going to feel really good right here. I do want to lean in, like strategically I want to lean into what I'm good at, which is team fighting. I want to go team fight. But I also want to test this matchup, you know. Let's see. So we have to... It may not matter, right? It may come to a conclusion where you say, like, hey, it doesn't actually matter whether or not you beat this guy in a 1v1 anymore because you just never should be fighting him. That might be a conclusion that comes up anyways. Oh, here we got the flank. Team's gonna get boned. Mordecai, if Mordekaiser shows up too, there we go. He didn't show up. Fight you. I'm gonna keep on fighting you, my friend. I think I would just stand here. I win. I don't think I need to do anything else. Stunned. It's so close. Oh my goodness. It came down to that little. Jeez. All right. He'll have Demonic Embrace for sure. It was a fun little battle. I'm glad I did that. It came down to like very close. There was a couple iterations where I was nervous about casting my spells. Didn't cast my W on my first Q when it was stunned. That guy was clearly just standing with me, happy to just deal damage right on top of me. I'd like to get my ult off without him having his passive going, so a lot of things that we can look to improve. We could go, this would be another game, for example. Abyssal Mask, really good for my team synergies, and team fighting with it's going to be really nice, but could have been an Anathemas plus stack armor angle as well. I missed Israel. Guy's gonna stay bot lane until this thing gets buried, so I'm gonna help him go bury it. I don't even care that they know, because I just want to go make this happen faster. Although I would ideally like him. I tried to block enough of it. Can I kill the pups? I don't know if the pups die here. Those things kept on blocking my tongue, man. Stick out my tongue and they're just like, which is exactly what would happen in real life. This is a thematic duel right there. Maybe these are just wrong. Definitely need armor. The fact that I have no armor this late in the game, kind of a travesty. Even though I could finish this, like... Question's whether or not to sell Dorans or... The fact that those things don't die to a fucking Ezreal ult is kind of ridiculous. As I'm gonna go here, so you don't need to. Just, I don't want to take the camp away or the NECS away from him, but I also just really don't want him to come to bot lane. So I'm just gonna tongue lash that thing. You know what? I left myself with Sunfire money. I could easily just be finishing Sunfire here and being happy with it. That is what I should have done. Missed it. Alright, we're gonna fix it now. Or do we? Do we just get Iceborne because we've got Iceborne? Probably just an Iceborne gaming diff. We should just take that. We'll do this. Try to keep people slow. No, get out of here. That's not ours. This is ours. Like, 4 people are in bot side jungle. They're fighting for bot lane. And this guy's inting. Okay. Alright, we can just quit. We don't need to stay in this game. You guys are not interested in playing to win. That's okay. You know, I'm trying to learn. Maybe they're trying to learn something too, but... I think I win this. I should have hit my Q first, though. Know that much. We've learned that much about our champ. There's the Graves. Easy. Oh, Renata handshake. Hey, coming back to life. What's up, Soraka? How you doing? I don't care. You guys can have the soul. Let's go get Baron. 3 people dead. Easiest Baron ever. Slowed. Yeah. Alright, we go Baron. Go Baron. Great. Eve. Please. Try it this way. Hallelujah. Pretty soon it's my job to go out there, but not yet. Right now is my job. Whew. Alright, that's pretty good. Mordekaiser trying to ult as no, and he put his E on cooldown right away, and then he jumped over that thing right away. Oh, see, that guy's trying to win too hard. And by trying to win too hard, you panic. Instead of you take a moment and be like, alright, you know, I don't need to jump right away. You're just Mordekaiser. I walk away from you. I walk to one wall. I E over that wall. And then I flash over another one if you happen to have your flash to catch up to me. There's no world where Mordekaiser should have a good time there. Alright, do I limit test this? I think I would already know my limits here. It'd be fun though. Hey. Wards. Get that line of wards. Oh, graves? Absolutely. Let's go hunt for some graves. Excuse me. There he is. We can crowd this guy. That's real. How do you keep it for yourself? He hoodwinked me. I'm ghosting. Fuck it. Yeah, buddy. Nice shot, Zareth. Do I demolish here? Or are we going demonic embrace next? Shouldn't use that Q because that means I don't have it for Spellblade. We kind of ripped that thing apart, huh? Did I just not see demolish? What happened to demolish? Oh, I see a Nefiri. Up Nefiri. What's up? Nice. Get Nezreal this game. That's going to be the big question. Alright, we said that this would be the time for Demonic Embrace, and that would leave Rabadon's for last. So we'll go like here. W damage goes 300? No, 240? Yeah, significant amount. Gonna be enough to one-shot the minions with the bombies, well, with Sunfire. Done. Got you. Jump that. Go for it. Oh, never mind. It's a Hexmate. I got Hexmated.
Your turret has been destroyed.
missed it. The dogs, man. The dogs. Eve? Oh no, she got bamboozled. That guy's getting bamboozled too. He did. Shit. No. We got a little more limit testing to do here. Well, fitty. That's right. Get me out of here! Big heals, big heals. No. Worth. I can do it. Lower the win rate. Quick. All right, what does this give? 75 plus an extra 46. All right, not bad at all. Gives a lot. Actually, I want to go in at the end. Most useful team, yeah, that's about right. All right, it's 3 o'clock. It's time for me to get the kiddos, but hopefully you guys learned a thing about learning the mindset, growth mindset, trying to get better, trying to improve, just trying to always do better, having some fun with it too, right? Just enjoying the ride. Doesn't matter if we lose. Separate the process of growth from the outcome. Give this guy a good shot. Oh, that guy got Chem Baroness as a name. That's sweet. All right, what were the 2 moments I wanted to see? Endgame, what was my AP? Although I may not be able to get it because I was dead. I don't know if we'll be able to see. I could just recreate it in practice tool. Kench. Back up. Go here. Do we get to keep this after he dies? Probably not. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. We can probably just do the math. What are we talking about? 40 AP with just the blasting one. Are we going to lose track of this right here? I actually like my accuracy of my clicks there. That's normally something I would have missed in the past. I would have tried to get a W off, although the extra mobility that he has probably kills me. Yeah, so I can't get up and respawn. And I don't think I'm up for the end of this game. But that was giving 76, and that was our only AP item. So that was the grand total. 76 plus its base. Or what was it? 46 extra? Right, it was 46. So 121 AP. Maybe it's just not that good. It feels really good as far as synergies, HP, or stacking HP. You're trying to turn it into something relevant. The big shield amount would go up. Double check that. Shield strength, 150% AP. We also have 7% per 100 AP. We also have the 2% scaling on the acquired taste per 100 health. So we took something like Warmogs, for example, has a significant more, right? We're talking about 500 extra bonus health there. That'd give us an extra 10% to our AP scaling. Sort of, I mean, in a way, creating that window, or creating more AP. Dope room, thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's my man cave. I got everything. My kids can play, I can play. Have some have some fun, work out, watch movies, do whatever. It's a good spot. Good spot. If I could have said to myself when I was 15 that I was gonna have this to myself, I'd be pretty happy. Sharing it with my kids, even better. So yeah, we get a lot of info. We got a lot of stuff on Tom Kench. We got to see some cool interactions, see some of the champions that are going to be good and bad. You know, tough to tag Nefiri with all the pups laying around, but taking the fight would have been fine. Abyssal Mask could have gone with Anathemas. This is almost definitely the game to go Anathemas if we're going to do it. Singular threat in your lane, build Anathemas, crush them that way, and then go for armor scaling for the rest of the way. We missed out a chance to go Sunfire, but that's okay. All these things, opportunities to get stronger. We built this because it was strong during the lane phase, maybe, like ish, but not even that great. He ended up rushing Rylai, so it had the most effect then anyways, but still, most of our fights were just toe-to-toe. But either way, you know, we see the interactions. We got a QR off, which was great. We got several QWs off. Got a couple situations where we were confident with our W spacing. The CSing got a lot better. We missed a couple in the early phase. But all in all, it's a good day, right? We get better with the champion. That's what we want to see, is just improve, right? There's not so many verifiable metrics that you can use, measurable things that you can use to improve. Score is definitely not something you want to go for. Win-loss, these are things that you cannot control, right? You can control how well you're working with your waves. How well are you last hitting? In situations, did you find windows to be aggressive? Have you discovered which windows you can be aggressive? And things like that. So the process is still going, but this is what you want to do. And then hopefully, you know, with those steps within 10 games, hopefully you have a really, really good idea. You're probably 98% of the way on the champion. Then it's a matter of learning about the specifics with matchups. But again, I'll put it right here. Put this out. Put this in the chat if you guys want to access it. And this is what we talk about with this. And then we put in our notes for Tom Kench and like what we got from reading the wiki, and then what we got from practicing the champion, putting it into practical and dynamic situations. And then it would have gone into more specific. You want to keep this, especially if you're going to be a one trick, then you want to have a flow chart of champion specific. So for example, against Mordekaiser, toe-to-toe went dead even on 1.5 items. So we had that brawl where I was feeling like I was going to be really good with Abyssal Mask and Bomby Cinder, and he had just Rylai's and components, and it was still dead even. Now, does that mean that maybe I could play it a little bit differently? Yes, right? There's definitely situations. Using the R versus his passive always felt bad. But this was something I was surprised by, that Abyssal Mask, I was expecting to just crush him, but instead Conqueror kind of took over, right? So in those situations, you know, there's other factors to keep track of, and you can see like damage. Most of this damage is us dealing it to each other. You know, there's some elsewhere, but it was pretty dead even in those situations. So maybe Anathemas becomes a better thing, but you start taking this, you know, this is the kit, what you anticipate working with the kit. Then this is, all right, what can I actually practically do? Then it's going into the specifics of a matchup, and you can say, all right, here's where the windows are. Now, obviously, at every stage, every game you play, and especially when you grow and you play against better opponents, you're going to have to refine this and say, all right, against good opponent, they will, if they flash Q so that I miss and I don't get the effect or the stun, then they win the trade. And that will be something that, you know, when you start getting into elite ELO, those will be the windows that you want to know and whether or not you can win. But anyways, I had a lot of fun, guys. I hope you guys did too. I will catch you next time. Tomorrow, Theater Thursday. Well, normally we do theater, but we've been covering every game at World. So maybe we'll go back. Maybe we'll go back and check some of the games, especially some of the more impactful ones, where we have something like Senna Nila in the bot lane, something that might warp the rest of the meta for Worlds. Take a peek at those. All right, so I'll catch you guys next time. Thanks for the likes, follows, subscribes, whatever channel you're on. Most of you guys said hi from Twitch, so what's up, Twitch? And those of you guys who watch in the future from YouTube, thank you so much. Make sure that you leave a comment in the description below to let me know that you got this far. All right, catch you later.